Today, two topics from the textbook. One is the difference between deductive and inductive arguments, and we're introducing this for the first time, so we're not going to go into great detail on this. If you've read ahead in Chapter 2, you notice that it treats deductive and inductive arguments again, and this is a very important classification. There are other kinds of arguments, but for the purposes of this class, we just classify them in these two groups, deductive and inductive. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And then we have what we call indicator words, premise and conclusion indicator words. And you notice that your book gives you a partial listing of those. And we'll talk about how they work. Some of them you do have to be a little careful with, like the word because. Remember last class session, what else can because indicate besides an argument? Might be part of, starts with an E. Another kind of thing that's not an argument. I almost said exclamation. Explanation, yes. So because, you know, that one can be a little bit tricky. There's a few other ones that are a little bit tricky as well. We're going to go over those. And I am going to put that list of premise and conclusion indicator words as well as others that you might find useful into Blackboard for you as a resource. So you want to start paying attention to those words when you see them come by. But I'll get back to that in a moment. So with arguments, if we actually do have an argument, they come in two basic types, deductive and inductive. And once again, let me put this schema back up. And actually, let's do a little bit of review. So, what does the argument consist of? There's one sort of building block of arguments. Premises are one type of this thing. More basic than even premise. Conclusions are also these. Claims, very good. So we have claims up on top, and we call those premises, right? And then we have a claim down on the bottom, and we call that the conclusion. And from now on in the class, I'm going to just use premises and conclusions. I'm not going to write claims each time, because now we've gone through this a number of times, so I assume that by now it's sticking in your head that these are claims. That means they have to be statements indicating that something or asserting something is the case or is not the case. So they can't be questions, they can't be commands, they can't be exclamations. Although remember, you can turn those into claims. Maybe I should actually make a practice exercise for turning questions and things into claims. Do you think you'd find that helpful if I did that? Okay, I'll see about doing that this weekend. Okay, so I said last time that this arrow here, we could also give that a name too. And in the theory of argumentation, that's usually called inference. Now, what determines whether an argument is deductive or inductive has to do with that arrow. How are the premises connected to the conclusion? The arrow, this is just sort of commonsensical, basic, everybody can sort of figure it out, iconography, meaning, graphs and things like that. The arrow means that this leads to this, right? The question is, how does it? Don't worry about whether it actually does at this point. People get hung up on that. We'll worry about how to tell whether the premises actually do lead to the conclusion. Today, what you want to carry forward, and into the chapter 2, where we're going to discuss this, is this question, just how strong is this arrow supposed to be for the person who's making the argument? If you have a deductive argument, what a deductive argument is saying is if the premises are true, that conclusion has to be true. It must be true. It's necessarily true. So once you grant those premises, the conclusion has to follow. An inductive argument doesn't say that. An inductive argument is a bit weaker. It says, if those premises are true, the conclusion is probably true, or is likely true, or has a good chance of being true. Let's think of some examples. Here's an old classic. Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. What do you think the conclusion is? What would you conclude from those two sentences?
He's gonna die.
He's going to die, yeah, that's what mortal means. So what you're doing there is you're coming up with a new claim. Socrates is mortal. Which you guys know because in the dialogue that I'm having you read, the credo, he's about to die, isn't he? You're not actually reading the one where he does die, the Phaedo. That one actually includes, this is sort of a side note, but you might find it interesting, that one actually includes the scene where he dies. He drinks the poison, and it's the kind that must be what we nowadays call a nerve agent. You know, it starts shutting your body down, and eventually you suffocate, or you have other things that happen. So Socrates is mortal. Now notice, these things are connected in such a way that if these premises are true, that's got to be true. It might not be the case that those premises are true. It could be Socrates is an angel, right? Or Socrates is a stone. We wouldn't say stones are mortal, because can stones die? I don't think so. This might not be true. Maybe not all men are mortal. Maybe there's some people who live forever. I don't know. But if we assume that these are true, that conclusion has to follow, doesn't it? So this is a good example of a deductive argument. There's a lot of bad arguments that are deductive arguments too. I'll put an example of that in a moment. But right now I want to stick with good arguments so that you don't get too confused. You have a good paradigm. Let's keep using Socrates. The class where I introduced him to you, we started looking at the credo. I asked you what you knew about Plato, and a few people knew a few things. What do you know about this guy Socrates now? Just any sort of random fact. And then we'll make an argument out of it. Anything you remember. He was in jail. Okay. So, Socrates is in jail. Now, what's something you can say is probably the case about people in jail? Not necessarily the case, but... Okay, so, people in jail. Let's not use probably in this case. Let's use another word that we often substitute for it. Usually have broken the law. Therefore, what can we conclude here?
Socrates broke the law.
Yeah, and we could say it like that. Socrates broke the law. We could also add words like probably, most likely.
But that's inductive, right?
It is inductive, and the reason that it's inductive is because the connection between these premises and the conclusion is not absolute. It's likely, it's probable. Some people in prison or in jail didn't break the law, right? There are some innocent people in jail. Although the percentage, at least in our country, I can tell you from having worked in a maximum security prison for 6 years and talked with a lot of inmates, there's a lot of people who, when they're talking with reporters and judges and outside people, assert their innocence. And then when you talk to them one-to-one and you get to know them for a while, they say, oh yeah, I did it. And it's interesting, almost none of them believe that any of the other people in the prison with them were framed or in the wrong place at the wrong time. When it comes to the guy next to them, they don't believe his story, which is kind of funny. So Socrates is in jail. People in jail usually, not always, usually are guilty of some crime. Therefore, Socrates is guilty of some crime. You're not asserting that as if you absolutely are 100% sure, are you? If you included that word likely. So if somebody wants to call you on and say, yeah, but aren't there some innocent people in prison? You could actually say, I didn't say that everybody in prison was guilty. You could say, I was making an inductive argument. I was making an argument about probabilities. Now, let's take this one over here and let's change this one. Socrates is in jail. And if we say something like, everybody in jail is guilty. Socrates is guilty. Right? We have a deductive argument. Because if these premises are true, that conclusion has to be true. It's not the case, though, is it, that these premises are both true? Socrates is in jail. That's true. Right? And when you're reading the Credo, is everybody in jail guilty? And we can think of at least, several cases where somebody has been put in jail and they weren't guilty. I guess actually, if we want to be really technical about this, using our justice system, we would have to say Socrates is in prison, wouldn't we? Because he's sentenced already, and he's going to die. And we don't kill people in jails. People kill people in jails. The state doesn't kill people in jails. We kill people in prisons.
But question, if it's supposed to be true and we know it's not true, how can it still be a deductive argument?
Because whether it's deductive or not...
Assumption of truth?
Yeah, remember, it's this thing right here that counts. Whether it's deductive or inductive. It doesn't matter whether the premises are actually true at this point. For the kind of argument that it is, if it's got this structure, if the premises are true, which they're not, the conclusion would have to be true. It's kind of hypothetical. It's a deductive argument. We can also have bad arguments for inductive.
So as long as it's saying something is certain, it's a deductive argument.
Yeah, so long as it's saying that given those premises, the conclusion is certain.
Okay.
Then it's a deductive argument. Yeah.
So is the key word in deductive argument everybody, and the key word in inductive argument is usually?
That's a good question. That's a key word. In these two arguments, that's the key word. There are a number of different key words that give it away to you. Just like when we're going to talk about premise and conclusion indicators, your book doesn't talk about this, but there are indicator words for telling whether you're dealing with a deductive or an inductive argument. I'm going to put those in Blackboard for you as well. As a matter of fact, I have them on a handout, some of them on a handout for you under deductive and inductive arguments in Chapter 1-2 material. Words like must, that this must be the case, or absolutely, or necessarily, always, or never, right? If you're talking about never. And with the premises, if the word always is in there, or must, or what else? All, none. There you're probably looking at a deductive argument because they're including entire classes. They're ruling out the possibility that things could be different. One other thing to think about deductive arguments, if there's one exception to it, the whole argument fails. So if you want to show that this argument isn't actually true, isn't actually valid, we don't want to mix up truth and validity, or that it's not sound, you just have to show that there's one exception to it. Just find one innocent person in prison, and then the argument fails. Now with an inductive argument, if somebody wants to point out exceptions, that's okay, so long as there are not too many exceptions. Let me give you an example of a bad inductive argument where the premises aren't actually true. Let's see. Who should we pick on now? Let's not use Socrates. Let's use somebody else. Who's been in the news lately? Anybody? What's that?
The president.
Okay, so Barack Obama. I'm going to abbreviate so that we don't take up too much blackboard. Let's see. Barack Obama. Well, he's president. He is president, and most presidents go mad with power. Therefore, Barack Obama is mad with power. Now, there have been a few presidents that have gone mad with power. Perhaps we could make a case. Richard Nixon, he almost got himself impeached because he broke the law and then concealed breaking the law. And if you actually look at the guy, he was pretty power hungry and pretty power drunk. Maybe there were a few others, but most don't fit that profile. So that would be a false premise, wouldn't it? So this is not a good argument. It's not an argument that fails because, of the form of the argument. If these premises were actually true, that conclusion would probably be true. Think about other cases that you could compare it to. What's something you can say about most students that is true?
Not come to class on time.
Really?
Most of them have a goal.
What's that?
They have a goal.
Most students have a goal. Good. Yeah, and some students clearly don't. And those are often the ones that don't come to class on time, right? Having a goal and coming to class on time seem to be connected in some way. Remember I've said several times that 8 o'clock classes, for some reason, tend to attract the kind of students who do better. I think there's something in the getting out of bed and getting yourself here on time and making sure that you're here that tends to separate 8 o'clock students who do 8 o'clock classes from students who, say, are in afternoon classes. So most students who go to 8 o'clock classes are driven, goal-centered, and you are a student in an 8 o'clock class, you are probably goal-centered, and driven. That's an inductive argument. Could be wrong, couldn't it? Could be that you're just showing up at the 8 o'clock class because your roommate who really cares about you is poking you with a stick in the morning and saying, "Get out of bed," and throwing you in the shower, has your clothes laid out for you, your books laid out, and says, "Get over there," then hounds you until you actually get here. It could be that could happen, but that's not likely, is it? So that would be an inductive argument. There can be exceptions. Let me give you a few other examples too. You can have a bad deductive argument where it's not just whether the premises are true or not. It's that the premises don't actually lead to the conclusion, but they're being presented as if they do lead to the conclusion. So let me take one from politics that comes up all the time. This is what we call the guilt by association trick. Who would you like to target? Any group you want. Just pick some group. How about college professors? Okay. College, we'll say all. All college professors diligently, now I know this isn't true, but let's just assume it is, okay? Diligently study their research. Right? Again, yeah, that's not true. You do have a few professors here and there who don't know what they're talking about and somehow got through grad school, and, but most of them do, right? Who else diligently studies the things that they're researching? You know who does? Terrorists. All terrorists diligently study. Therefore, you know what? Exactly. Now, this is being presented as if the premises do in fact lead to that conclusion. And there's no, qualifying words like most likely or could or, probably. It's being presented as if this is a good deductive argument. It just turns out it's not, in part because of the way it's set up, the way it's structured. Just because two groups overlap or belong to another group doesn't mean that those two groups are identical. That's the problem with that one. But people make arguments like this all the time, don't they? They do it often with individuals. So-and-so...
Like stereotyping too.
Yeah, stereotyping often involves deductive arguments. Well, let's do an example of that. In that case, it's usually... the stereotyping is usually drawing on false premises. So, for example, who do you want to pick on? Any group you want.
Native American.
Okay. We'll pick a guy, we'll call him, we'll call him Frank, because Frank is a nominee. I actually have a friend, Frank Teller, who I went to college with, grew up on the reservation, and we used to go and visit his place. Now he's got a really long, almost unpronounceable Native American name that I have a very hard time remembering. Nice guy. So, Menominees are Native Americans. Now, here we need the stereotype. What do you want to say about Native Americans? What's
They're
it?
all alcoholics.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Frank is an alcoholic. He's a reformed alcoholic. He was the guy, when I was in college, that was the designated driver. Because he couldn't drink, because he was an alcoholic. I don't know that it had anything to do with being Native American. He like I, was a veteran. And we both picked up some pretty nasty habits in the Army. Okay, so now these Native Americans. Native Americans, let's say all. All Native Americans are alcoholics. Therefore, Frank is an alcoholic. Did I spell it right? Yeah. That's one of those words that's easy to misspell, isn't it? Alcohol. Now, notice, actually, the conclusion is true in this case. But something went wrong along the way. Because these premises, in point of fact, don't actually lead to that conclusion. If you were to say this, you would in fact be correct, but you would not have had good reasons to think that you're correct. This is true. Frank is a Menominee. He's full-blood. Menominees are Native Americans. They're one of the dominant tribes in the state that I come from, Wisconsin. As a matter of fact, they're also a large Menominee population in Chicago. That's how my family got connected with them, because the French and the Menominee intermarried. All Native Americans are alcoholics. There's the problem, right? There's where the stereotype comes in. Now, if you have in your mind a whole bunch of things kicking around like this, all or most or all that, and you don't actually have good reason to have those beliefs, and we'll talk about why people form those sort of beliefs later on in the semester, then you are going to draw erroneous conclusions. Conclusions that you don't have good warrant to buy into. And this is one way stereotyping works. And you can do this with any group you want. You can do it with college professors, you can do it with women, you can do it with people who have long hair, short hair, things in their hair, people listening to a particular kind of music, anything you like, any group, you can pick out and use words like all, none, and you can also do it with inductive arguments, most. Like, if we wanted to weaken this, let's say somebody said, yeah, but it's not the case that all Native Americans are alcoholics, then you might backpedal a little bit and say, well, I don't mean all of them, I just mean most of them. There's a few good ones. You've all heard this in stereotyping, right? There's a few good ones, but the majority, what's going on there is the person is making an inductive argument. And here's what's kind of nice about this. If you learn how to analyze arguments, when you hear that sort of thing, you can break it down. And you can show the person, if they actually want to listen to you. Quite often when people are prejudiced, do they want to listen? No. They're convinced and they want to live in their own very small world. But if they're actually amenable to listening, you could show them, here's where you're going wrong. Here's where you've made the mistake. And I'll tell you something too. This is something that I think no matter what field you're going into, you want to bring with you. If you don't know this lesson already, when you give somebody bad news, like, you're wrong, how do people react when you say, you're wrong? They get angry, right. And you know why? Where does anger come from? Because their feelings are hurt. Even tough guys. Everybody's got feelings, and when you tell somebody that they're wrong, you are in some way throwing something in their face, and they don't like that, and they get angry, and then the response is usually to push it away and say, no, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you can tell the person, well, you're right about this, and you're right about this, and you know what? This is even a true conclusion, but your reasoning has one flaw in it. How does that sound compared to, you're full of crap. You don't know what you're talking about. Or you're just wrong. Which sounds better to you? This is right and this is right. Now this is even correct. You just have one little problem here. If you can approach people like that, you will find doors will open, conflicts will disappear, and you'll actually attain what goals that you have. It'll help you out a lot in life. To be able to analyze arguments, to be able to tell people where in fact they're wrong. Also, your reasoning is going to be wrong sometimes too. And you can be a lot easier on yourself. And the world's going to be hard on you anyway, so you don't have to be super hard on yourself, do you? You don't have to beat yourself up for having totally incorrect arguments. You can say, here's that one place where I was wrong. Then you can start on fixing it. Let's go now to another topic. And we'll come back to deductive and inductive really briefly at the end of the class. So, next topic is indicator words. The way our languages work, and every language works like this, whether it's French, German, Spanish, Chinese, Arabic, they all have certain words that indicate a connection between thoughts, right? For instance, the word and. What does and tell you?
It's a bridge.
It's right, it connects those together. Some of you who are old enough may remember that Schoolhouse Rock, conjunction, junction, what's your function? One of those songs that gets stuck in your head, and once you get it in your head, you can't get it out for a while. Well, what is the function? Hooking up words and phrases and paragraphs. See how quickly it comes back? There are certain conjunctions that we use to indicate the connections between premises and conclusions. So your book gives you some examples. It follows that. Right? Let's do premises and conclusions. So if you say it follows that, what are you picking out? A conclusion or a premise? Or maybe both, neither? What are you picking out?
Conclusion.
Conclusion, right. So if you say it follows that, you're saying, look, this phrase, this sentence, this statement follows from the ones that I've just given you. So let's say we take the teachers and terrorists thing. You know, all FSU professors are diligent at their job. Terrorists are also diligent at their job. It follows that FSU professors are all terrorists. Bad argument, but you notice how it follows that works. It connects things together. How about the word because? Is that a premise or a conclusion indicator?
I would say a premise.
Very good. We usually use because when we give the conclusion first, and then we say because. Or, you might say, because so-and-so, blah, 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 I have reason to believe that. Yeah, that would be a way we'd use it. How about thus?
Conclusion.
Yes. And there's a couple words that are synonymous with thus. Thus, therefore, what's that?
However?
However is not a premise or conclusion indicator. However could
Like
be,
but, right?
yeah, but is not either, because,
Like however's like but, like.
say again?
It's a connecting word, but it's not for a premise or a conclusion.
Yeah, not all connecting words are indicating a premise or a conclusion. However, what it does is it sort of stops you and says, I'm going to change where this is going. So does but, right?
Yeah.
Those are similar that way. What are some other words that are like that? Yet, still. Those are not premise or conclusion indicator words because they're not actually picking out, here this is the supportive material, here's the point that
What
we're...
about as if?
As if, no, I don't think that would be a, let me think if I can, as if, how would that be used for either? I don't think so. So, thus, therefore, so. This one you want to be careful with, so. Because so is used as a conclusion indicator, but how else do we use so? Can you think of any other ways?
To say that something's true or something.
That something is so, yeah. That's a way I hadn't even thought of. Usually we use it in a what we call comparative way. That is so stupid. That is so great. It's as great as, where it's very great. That's not indicating a conclusion. That's a different use of so. Remember too, with because, you got to be careful with that one too, because that might indicate that we're talking about a explanation, not necessarily an argument. How about given? Yeah, given or since. What these are saying is that if you accept this, then something else is going to come from it, right? So those are premise indicators. Your book also gives you in view of, that's very similar to that, isn't it? Anything that's telling you, or if you spell it out directly, if you assume that, given the case that, you're talking about a premise indicator. Let's look at a few other conclusion indicators. he has in here, my conclusion is, well, that one gives it away, right? So we don't even have to put that one on the board. Hence. This is one a lot of people don't know how to use all that well, and they might actually use it to indicate a premise, but really it indicates a conclusion. It says, here's where we're going. Hence. Consequently. Or this implies that. Consequently comes from a Latin word, sequor, and guess what that one actually means? It's similar to something that's in here. Or it'd actually be sequere would be the infinitive. It means to follow. So if you say that something is consequent to something else, it means that it's following it, right? Unfortunately, we don't, it used to be in the old days that if you went to school, and school was pretty restricted back then, you probably learned a smattering of Greek and Latin. That really helps you out when you're learning English, knowing Greek and Latin. We don't do it anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of the meanings of our words, if you know the Greek Latin roots, you can figure out how they're connected with each other. Yes.
Unfortunately, fall in.
Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily indicate a premise or a conclusion. I think you could actually use it for. You could use it for both of them, but it doesn't necessarily indicate that. Like you could say a number of premises. Well, let's take the stereotyping Native American one with poor Frank. Frank is a Menominee. Menominees are Native Americans. Native Americans tend to be alcoholics. Unfortunately, Frank is an alcoholic, right? What we're doing with that, we're not actually using it to indicate a premise. We're using it to indicate how we feel about it, or how we want the reader or the hearer to feel about it. Yeah, and I guess with stereotyping, this would be a way to sort of soften the stereotyping and in some ways make it a little bit more insidious, wouldn't it? You know how it might be used in terms of premises? You could say something like, here'd be an example. All of you would like a day off. True premise? Okay. We have a day off when it snows. Another true premise. More or less, right? Unfortunately, it's not supposed to snow anytime soon. What's your conclusion? You're not going to have any days off. which could be wrong, of course, right? Because you might have days off for other reasons. But you notice how I use unfortunately there. It's being used as a transition, and it's being used of a premise, but it's not a premise indicator word. It's doing the same sort of thing that but, or what was the word that you used that I said was similar to but? However, right? It's doing the same sort of thing. It's slightly changing the direction of the argument. But it's not indicating premise or conclusion. Now, the one thing I want to say before we close, to come back to the first thing that we started talking about, deductive, inductive arguments. There aren't just indicator words for premises and conclusions. There are also indicator words for deductive and inductive arguments. If you have an argument and the conclusion says, it therefore must be the case that you are dealing with a deductive argument, and that indicator word, must, is telling you that. If you see words in the conclusion like, well, it's probably the case, or it's likely the case, or this gives us fairly good reason to believe, those are indicator words that are telling you, I'm looking at an inductive argument. You won't always have indicator words. So sometimes you have to exercise common sense. You have to be able to figure out on your own what is a premise and what's a conclusion. But these indicator words can be shortcuts for you. And you want to use them well too in your own writing. I guess the last thing I'll say too is one caution. all of you know somebody who uses the English language and does not know what the words that they're saying mean, right? Who has a larger vocabulary than their comprehension of the vocabulary. All the stuff that I'm saying goes out the window with those people, because they may in fact use because to indicate a conclusion, right? And there's nothing you can do about that. They just don't understand the way the language and its logic works. So, I mean, you can correct them if you want. If you're responsible for them, I suppose you should. But otherwise, you know, this stuff you can't apply that. 99% of the people you come across, you will be able to apply this to their arguments. So have a good weekend, and I'll see all of you on Monday. All right, so today we're going back to deductive and inductive arguments. And why are we returning to this material? Well, there's a lot of different aspects of deductive and inductive arguments. Your book spreads it out over several different chapters. And that's because students typically have a difficult time grasping all this. This takes a while to get down. In part because one of the things that we're going to look at today goes against your natural instincts when it comes to arguments. If you're like other students, your first instinct when you get in an argument, after you've figured out, you know, what is the conclusion, what are the premises, is to start asking, is this true, is this true, is this true? And that sometimes is a good course to take. You know, that can simplify a lot of things. But oftentimes that won't tell you whether you're dealing with a good argument or not. Especially if you're asked to find out whether somebody is reasoning correctly. The act of reasoning, it's not really dependent on whether the premises or the conclusion happen in this case to be true or false. It's dependent on the form or the structure of the argument. So you can make an argument that's good, at least insofar as it's got good structure, but it has false premises. Let me give you an example. Let's do something very, you know, off the wall, something completely ludicrous. If Dr. Sadler cancels class, the world will end. So there's a premise. Clearly false, right? I have canceled class before, the world didn't end. Where do we want to go? Premise. Dr. Well, let's do a different kind of argument with this. We'll do the world has not ended. Therefore, Dr. Sadler has not canceled class. Okay, so if Dr. Sadler cancels class, the world will end. The world is not ending. Therefore, Dr. Sadler has not canceled class. Now, in one respect, this is a good argument. If these premises were actually true, that conclusion would have to follow. Just so happens they're not actually true. Well, the world is not ended, that's true, right? But when we talk about the premises being true, we mean all of the premises being true. This is what you call a logically valid deductive argument. When we use the word valid in critical thinking, we mean that if the premises are true, the conclusion must be true. It's a certain way of talking about arguments. And to be valid is good. Now, in this case, it's not completely good because one of the premises is false. And so you have a false conclusion too, right? It could actually be a true conclusion. If I hadn't canceled class that day, that my strut spring broke and then punctured my tire and then I had to cancel class. Remember that day? If that wasn't the case, this would actually be true. You would have a true conclusion. There would be one false premise in there. The problem with that argument would only be that one of the premises was false. And that's something that we call either sound or unsound. So we're going to lay that out in a moment. Same thing with inductive arguments. They can be good arguments if the premises would make the conclusion likely, even if the premises are false. So you want to be careful with this. Your first inclination when you encounter an argument is almost always going to be, until you're trained, until you make yourself practice, to start looking to see what's true and to start worrying about that. Before you start worrying about whether anything's true, you want to get yourself to the point where you can identify arguments as good or bad, as valid, invalid, strong or weak, depending on their form. That's what people are actually going to hire you to do when you're processing information. Because they can find somebody else to go out and do the research to find out whether things are true or false. They want to know, do the premises actually lead to the conclusion? What can you actually infer from it? So when we have arguments, by now this is familiar to you, we have deductive arguments and we have inductive arguments, right? And we've talked about what's the difference between these. Deductive arguments, what words do you associate with a deductive argument? You guys should be able to answer this. What terms do you look for? If nothing comes to mind, this is a sign that you need to put in more time studying. Because you're not ready for class. If you're not ready for class, you're not going to get as much out of it. What words come to mind? Deductive arguments. All, yeah. All is one of the words that's likely to show up in premises or in the conclusion. All human beings are mortal. Socrates is a human being. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. That all, that's what gets you to another term like must, right? Or none, never, or necessarily. What about inductive arguments? Well, should can be a moral argument, and that can be in deductive arguments.
Usually?
Usually, yeah, usually, or what are other synonyms for that?
Sometimes.
Sometimes does not give you a strong inductive argument. Actually, sometimes could be used in either deductive or inductive arguments. So it's not, sometimes is not actually indicating one or the other. What else? What's like usually? Most, yes. For the most part.
Typically?
Very good. Typically. Probably. Probably is the one you'll probably see the most. Or likely. Odds are. Those sorts of things. Those are what you should associate with inductive arguments. I gave you the idea that when last time we talked about this, when you're listening to people say things, you should be deciding, in your head, this is the way you practice this material outside of class. Am I listening to deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning? Is somebody making a deductive argument or an inductive argument? You want to start doing that. I'm not giving these tidbits away just, as pure suggestions. If you want to pass this class, this is something you have to master. So deductive arguments. Now they can come, your book is not the most clear about this, unfortunately. Some other textbooks are more clear. Your book talks about arguments being valid, right? It doesn't talk an awful lot about invalid. But, if something can be valid, it can also be invalid. Inductive arguments, if they're good arguments, we use a different term. We call them strong. So if you hear somebody out there talking about an inductive argument being valid, they're using the term in a loose, maybe even sloppy, careless way. Because inductive arguments aren't valid. They're strong, or what's the opposite of strong? Weak, right. And at this level, here we've decided what kind of argument are we dealing with. Now there's another question you can ask. If the premises are true, is the conclusion true? Is it necessarily true, like in a valid deductive argument, or is it likely to be true? That's what tells you whether it's strong or weak, or valid or invalid. And that's not about whether the premises actually are true. That's about if they were true, hypothetically. If those premises were true, would it lead to the conclusion being true? Professor, we'll take one of the invalid arguments that we used several class sessions ago. All professors are diligent in their work. All terrorists are diligent in their work. Therefore, professors are terrorists. There's something wrong with that structure. How do you know that there's something wrong with it? Well, can those premises be true and the conclusion false? Yeah, as a matter of fact, in that case, that is the reality of it. Well, not all professors are diligent in their work. I'll admit that. And I would be willing to bet there's some terrorists that are screw-ups. You know, they get kicked out, or they get assigned the lowest tasks. They're the ones that are always mopping. You know, when do I get to go and engage in terrorist activity? Just stick to the mopping. You know, somebody hijacked a bus last night.
In Raleigh.
Oh, really?
Well, I think it was going to Raleigh, outside of Henderson, but he was letting everybody off at every stop. So, I mean, he was getting rid of all of
Not much of a hijacker, I suppose. But
they tasered him at a stop and got rid of him. So.
well, I don't know if that was terrorism, but might have just been somebody
He was an idiot.
desperate, you know, to do something. Now, we can also ask then, are the premises actually true? And we ask that question after we decide whether it's valid or invalid, or strong or weak. And there we're dealing with a different level of question. Are the premises actually true? Now, if the argument's invalid, it's a bad argument. Do we need to go further and ask whether the premises are true with a bad argument? To find out whether it's a good or bad argument.
Repeat that one more time.
Invalid arguments are bad arguments. Okay. Do we need to go any further to decide whether it's a good or bad argument by looking at whether the premises are true? It should be a no-brainer. Everybody should be saying it in unison. No. You already know it's a bad argument. So then you go on to the valid argument. Well, the valid argument, if the premises are actually true, we call it sound. So you can have a sound valid argument. You can also have an unsound valid argument. So if you are 158 years old, I will give you $100. You're 158 years old, here you go, here's $100. None of you are 158 years old. That's an unsound but valid argument. It's valid because if those premises were true, that conclusion would follow. It would follow necessarily. It just so happens they're not true. They're not true in the case of anybody. Nobody we know of lives to 158. Now you have the same thing over here. We have another term, cogent, not cogent. Weak arguments are bad arguments. You don't have to tell whether a weak argument, whether the premises are true or not. So for example, if somebody's making an inductive argument, but they're using words like sometimes, some, could be, possibly, that's a bad argument. You shouldn't rest anything on that. You know, sometimes people get on buses and hijack them. Here's a bus. I'd better watch out for the person who's going to hijack it. Or I likely have to watch out for the person who hijacks it. That's a bad argument. You don't have enough grounds to support the conclusion. The premises don't lead with any sort of degree of likelihood to the conclusion. Hypochondriacs are like this, aren't they? What are hypochondriacs?
People are definitely scared of something.
People who are scared of something, and what are they scared of? Phobiacs are scared, that's the broad category. What are hypochondriacs scared of?
Usually some type of illness.
Diseases and stuff.
Illnesses, diseases, yeah. And they go a little bit further and they think that they actually have them, right? So the hypochondriacs, they get a little sniffle and they draw the conclusion. They're going through a process of reasoning. I'm going to die, you know, unless I get to the doctor. And doctors have to deal with a lot of hypochondriacs. What's wrong with the hypochondriac is a bad process of reasoning. And it might be deductive. I have the sniffles. Anybody who has the sniffles has bubonic plague. I don't know if that's the symptom of it, but let's just say it is. I have it, therefore I must have bubonic plague. You know, they diagnose themselves. They go to WebMD. You guys are familiar with WebMD? If you get sick and you can't go to the doctor, one of your resources is to look up your symptoms on WebMD. One of the problems with that is you may be misdiagnosed. Because if you're your own doctor, that's sort of like being your own lawyer. You know, you don't actually have the qualifications. So you don't know whether you have bubonic plague or pneumonia or bronchitis or whatever. So yeah, the hypochondriac is engaged in a bad process of reasoning. Actually, you could take any mental disorder and you could look at it in terms of a deficient process of reasoning. The paranoia, for example. What is it to be paranoid? What does that mean?
Unreasonable fear or something.
What's that?
Unreasonable fear or something.
Well, it's not just unreasonable fear. Again, that's phobiac. That's a much broader category.
You believe something's going to happen, whether it is or not.
Well, that's a part of it, believing that something is going to happen, whether it is or not. But what's distinctive about the paranoid? If somebody's paranoid, you guys should learn these things. This is part of a college education. Knowing all these terms, right? You might want to get one of those, vocabulary word a day calendars or something.
Scared something's going to happen.
Yeah, the paranoid is scared that something is going to happen. The paranoid is scared that other people are out to get them, whether they are or not. There's an old joke, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean other people aren't out to get you. Now the paranoid is very often drawing deductively valid conclusions. It just so happens that their premises turn out to be false. For instance, if somebody looks at you and they don't smile, does that mean they're out to get you? The paranoid thinks they are. So the paranoid, you look at the paranoid and you don't smile, and the paranoid thinks, they didn't smile at me. When people don't smile at you, that means that they hate you. People who hate you are going to try to kill you. That person's going to try to kill me. What they've done is they've engaged in logical deduction, but they started from bad premises. So actually there's nothing wrong with their argument at this point, because if it was really the case, let's see how do we reconstruct this. If it was really the case that if somebody doesn't smile at you, that means they hate you, and if they hate you, then they're going to kill you. If those were really true, that conclusion would follow, wouldn't it? That you looked at me without a smile, you're going to kill me. So it is valid, but it's not sound. So unsound arguments are also bad arguments. When you make generalizations, think about the way stereotyping works. We've used that as an example several times in this class. You begin with a certain preconception about people, having to do with most of them, not all of them. Who do you want to pick on today? We'll use it as an example. Anybody you like. Let's pick a profession this time, instead of race, gender. Policeman, okay. So, we want to make an argument about police. We could do this very easily with TV, couldn't we? Because most people have encountered, well, you can't really say encountered, can you? Most people have seen the behavior of police on TV more than they have in real life. Because we watch a lot of television. And, yeah. Now, it could be different. You might be the exception of the case. We're making a generalization here, right? And if you do that sort of thing, if you're drawing on television as your main source of understanding about police, what sort of characteristics might you think police officers have? Take, for example, shows like CSI and now, lie to me, he's not really a police officer, but he's interacting with a lot of police officers. And there's other shows like that too. Law and Order, it's a good example. They have lots of cops on that.
Detroit 187.
What's that?
Detroit 187.
Okay, so you've got a bunch of different cop shows. What do they do whenever there's a case? Gather a lot of evidence, right? It goes to the DNA lab, it comes back within a couple days. We've got the DNA, we're going to go catch this guy. He's the rapist, he's the murderer, or something like that. Now, that's not the reality of things. When the backlog for some DNA labs, some state DNA labs, goes back years. That's not the way police procedure actually works. They don't take DNA in every case. They're not following up every single case all the time. But you could come to a wrong conclusion by watching a lot of television. And, now somebody robs you. So you're expecting, when you make that call, that the police officers who come out are going to be an awful lot like the cops on TV, right?
Fingerprinting and...
Exactly, yeah.
That happened to me. I thought they were going to, and they're like, we don't do that. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, they only do it in very special cases. Now, your assumption that they were going to do that was actually the conclusion of an inductive argument. And that's a strong argument. If the data that you're beginning with was good data, if you had a lot of contact with actual police, then it would have been a cogent argument as well. Now, if you actually know a lot of real police, you don't expect an awful lot out of police. And they'll tell you, yeah, we don't solve a lot of the crimes. Some of the categories, some of the categories of crime, we don't have the time, we don't have the resources. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't find who did it. There's a lot of things like that. So that's a good example of an inductive argument that could be very strong, but not cogent. I noticed this when I taught in the prisons as well. Where do most people get their ideas of prisons from? What's that?
Probably police.
Most people get their ideas of prisons from police? Movies, yeah. None really come to mind offhand. Cool Hand Luke, I guess. That's pretty dated, though. What else? There's TV shows, right? And some of those TV shows are somewhat better than others. Like, Prison Break. Do you think, if that's where your idea of prison comes from, or Oz, you're probably going to have a very skewed understanding. And then, you may have a strong argument, but it's probably not going to be cogent. Or you might make good deductive arguments that are probably going to be unsound. What about if you watch MSNBC Lockup? Think that's representative? It's not. I actually have a friend who was interviewed for MSNBC Lockup. He was very disappointed. Aaron Brown. He was at Indiana State Prison, where I think he still is. I got a letter from him recently, and he was my tutor. He's doing a very long sentence. He will get out probably in his 70s. And he,
70s.
in his
Oh,
70s.
in his 70s.
Yes.
Oh,
And he was a very good student. So eventually I made him my tutor, and we got to be very good friends. And so he told me about this experience of being interviewed for MSNBC Lockup. And they had lots and lots and lots of footage. This is what they do on these kind of shows. Lots of footage. And then he was very disappointed to find out that about 90% of the things that he said didn't actually make it in. And what they did show of him was not bad. I mean, if you actually watch his clip, you're going to see that he's quite a bit different than some of the other guys in there.
What did he do?
He killed his parents. Still doesn't know why. When he was 16. And by the time I met him, he was 26. And now, how old is he now? He's in his 30s. It's
You weren't scared
interesting.
of him?
Go ahead.
You weren't scared of him?
No, I wasn't scared of the prison. This is kind of a sideline. For the Ball State Prison program, in the entire history of the program, no professor was ever attacked. And we taught thousands of prison students. As a matter of fact, when the riots took place in Newcastle Prison, there were Indiana prisoners and then there were Arizona prisoners, because Indiana was leasing out space. And the Arizona prisoners rioted, and the Indiana prisoners actually escorted the professors through the riot zone to the safe zone. So, education in prisons is something the prisoners take it very seriously. They don't take it for granted at all. They see it as one of the few good things available to them. So, yeah, I mean, when it comes to prisons, even shows like MSNBC Lockup, you might be working with false premises if you're going by a show like that. It's very difficult, actually, to tell what something is like until you start studying it. Not just watching TV about it, but actually studying it. We've got something right now that we're having a very difficult time making sense of. Some news that's probably the most important thing in the world going on right now. It's going to affect your lives, the rest of your lives. There's a revolution happening in the Arab world. I don't know if you've been following this story. I have one news article about that up here right now. The Obama administration is trying to make sense out of things. Reporters are trying to make sense out of things. People on the ground in Egypt, in Tunisia, and Yemen, and Jordan are trying to make sense of things. They're making arguments back and forth to each other. Their arguments have to do with things that really matter. Should they live under democracies? Should they live under tyrannies? Should we keep sending military aid to them? We were sending aid to the guy who they're rioting against. As a matter of fact, the tear gas canisters, this is not good press for us. The tear gas canisters that these rioters are picking up all say "Made in the USA." That doesn't look good. You know why? Because we require, as part of our military aid package, that they buy things from us. So that's what they bought. A lot of people are making arguments about what's going on. One issue in Egypt, a lot of people are very worried what's going to happen there. The only other group that's very well organized besides the government is a group called the Islamic Brotherhood. Does anybody know anything about them? You should, because again, it's going to affect your lives So part of a college education, broadening your horizons. People are making arguments back and forth about this. If we actually hold elections in Egypt, the Islamic Brotherhood is the only non-government group that has any sort of organization. So what might you predict about, how the elections would turn out?
It's skewed towards them.
Yeah, they'd probably win. Or, maybe they'll form a coalition with the other parties. Problem is, the Islamic Brotherhood is one of these radical Islamic groups that is not very democratic in its aims. So people are making predictions. For instance, if we hold free elections in Egypt, which haven't been held for a long time, they've had elections but not free ones, then the Islamic Brotherhood will win. And if the Islamic Brotherhood wins, that means they will impose an Islamic state and there won't be any elections. So therefore, what's your last name? Mark? Okay. We'll talk after class. So therefore, if they hold free elections, they won't be very free for long. That's a deductive argument, isn't it? If those premises are true, does that conclusion follow? It's a valid deductive argument. Do we know whether the premises are true or not? I mean, I do, because I actually know something about the stuff on the ground. This is where things get very difficult. This is why I want to point out to you why, instead of looking to see whether premises are true or not, you should start getting in the habit of asking yourself, does this actually have good structure? Because very often you don't know whether the premises are true until you've done the research, do you? So this one you couldn't decide. Now if I made an argument that was clearly invalid about the Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt, then you could take that down, couldn't you? Even without knowing whether the premises are true. This goes also for things in your personal life. If somebody makes the argument that you should buy a car from so-and-so, anytime somebody makes a claim that you should buy a car from so-and-so, your alarm bell should be going off, right? Because what do you know about car dealerships in general and what's that? Shady, yeah. Quite a few of them are. Buying a car can often be very complicated. There's a contract that you have to sign. The first thing they do once they see that you like that car is usually, let's start talking financing. How many of you would say you understand financing very, very well? I'll bet there's a few. Probably the older students who've engaged in this before. This entire thing applies here too. If you start talking and making claims about whether you should buy this car or not, that car dealership is making an argument to you. You want to figure out whether that's a good argument or a bad argument. Before you even start worrying about whether the premises are true, whether they're lying to you or not, you may not even know. I mean, we have ways of finding things out now about cars that we didn't have in the past, like, say, Carfax. Right? Yeah, Consumer Reports helps you not with a specific car, but with a line of cars, right? It doesn't tell you whether this car was flooded. Carfax does supposedly tell you that. I've never used it, so I can't actually say that it does or not, can I?
That really ain't that good, because you can take a car that never reaches the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Carfax looks for insurance claims, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I know one instance where there's an 07 Cobalt
Yeah.
that has been completely totaled, but it never went to insurance. Therefore, it does not have no history.
Sure. Yeah, let's think about how that might fit in. Somebody might make an argument, said a 07 Cobalt. This 07 Cobalt is a really good car, right? I'm selling you the car now, I'm on the lot, and you say, I don't know, I want to see the Carfax report. So I get the Carfax report out. I say, look, nothing wrong with it. And I say, you know, if there was any sort of problem, it would show up on the Carfax report. And then you realize, well, that's not really the case. It's likely that it would show up on the Carfax report if it actually went to the insurance agency and everything was filled out properly and it went through the system and nobody monkeyed with it. And this is actually, you know, the Carfax report for this car. Maybe you check the VIN numbers, you know. Yeah, okay, it is the one for this car. Now you're starting to make an inductive argument. And again, worry about whether it's a strong or weak argument before you start worrying about, are these premises actually true? As soon as you start having to make a lot of qualifications, you're weakening the inductive argument that you originally started with. Eventually, so the nice thing about inductive arguments as opposed to deductive arguments, the more evidence that you find, the stronger it becomes. The more counter evidence, the weaker it becomes. Or the more that evidence can be called into question, the weaker it becomes. Now, next class, we're going to look at other features of inductive and deductive arguments, where we're not just going to look at these general classifications. You do need to know all these terms. This is how you figure out what kind of argument you're dealing with. This is core to critical thinking. Being able to tell whether you're dealing with an unsound, valid argument or a cogent, strong argument. That's going to be something that you have to master. The best way to do it is by looking at arguments and asking yourself, where does it actually fit on here? Somebody gives you an argument, you start asking, first question, is it deductive or inductive? What kind of argument are you dealing with? What sort of strength are they claiming for the connection between them? Then start asking, if the premises were true, would the conclusion have to follow from it? Would the conclusion be true? Don't ask, are the premises actually true yet? Then start asking, okay, are the premises actually true? That'll allow you to figure out what kind of argument you're dealing with. Learning how to classify arguments is an important part of critical thinking. Next class, we're going to look at argument forms. I have a handout for you in Blackboard for deductive argument forms and some inductive forms, and we're going to spend the whole class session looking at that. And again, that's stuff that you're not used to doing. So you have to practice it, because it does not go along with the way that you are used to thinking about arguments and claims that people make. So you want to practice a lot with this material. So you notice that I have some generic argument forms on the board. And the reason that I have those up there today, and you can frame these in different ways. The reason I've got them up there today is that we're going to look at some argument forms. We're mainly interested in the idea of argument forms today. And so I want to sort of walk you through that concept. And we're going to do it with a lot of examples. Your book, unlike a lot of critical thinking books, your book does not stress this a lot, but I think that when it comes to figuring out what kind of argument you're dealing with, whether it's deductive or inductive, this can be very helpful for you. So, if P then Q, P then Q, this is sort of an abbreviated way of saying if P is the case, P is some sort of claim. So P could be my jacket is on the table, it could be McDonald's coffee tastes better than Burger King coffee, it could be the world will end tomorrow. It could be the Packers won the Super Bowl, or it could be a false claim, the Steelers won the Super Bowl. Anything we want can be P. This is sort of like algebra. You remember back in algebra you had variables, right? Same thing in argument. The same sort of reasoning that you use in doing mathematics, and thinking about this, gets used in language. That's why, you know, your math scores on the SAT are not just testing how good you are at math. they're testing, can you work with symbols? So P is a symbol. P can stand for anything we want. Q can stand for anything we want as well. All of these letters can stand for any item that we want to put in there. So if P then Q, it's saying if P is the case, Q is the case, then it says P is the case. And this is one of those times when, you know, the conclusion ought to follow, but in normal conversation, what often happens, we say, well, look, if you break the rules, you're going to be punished. You broke the rules, and we wait and wait and wait, and then finally the person says, so I'm going to be punished? Exactly. That's a logical deduction. This is a old argument form. It's so old that it actually has a Latin name, modus ponens, which you don't need to know for this class, but you know, it's kind of interesting trivia. Anytime that you have an argument that's set up like this, it's going to be a valid argument. Last class we talked about the difference between being valid and the difference being valid and invalid, or being sound or unsound. If an argument is valid, that means that if those premises are true, that conclusion has to follow. And it doesn't matter, notice, because of the structure. Now we're actually seeing the structure. Because of the structure of this, it doesn't matter what you put in there. It could be the craziest, most outlandish, unbelievable claims you want. If you've got this structure and you accept these premises, that conclusion follows. So what would be some crazy claims? Things you couldn't possibly believe in? How about something about FSU? There should be a lot of things that you wouldn't possibly believe about FSU.
FSU is the top college in North Carolina.
In the top college?
In North Carolina.
In North Carolina. FSU is the top college in North Carolina. I actually heard somebody yesterday jokingly refer it as to Harvard on the Murchison. You know, and you know that's not the case. I think the top school, the public schools, the top school would be our flagship school, right? Chapel Hill, for most programs. I don't know about if we include the private schools. I don't know North Carolina that well. So FSU is the top school in North Carolina. What's another thing you don't believe about FSU? How about they give you free tuition? FSU has free tuition for all students. So if FSU is the top school in North Carolina, then they give free tuition to all of their students. And now actually assume, something that's not the case, that they are the top school. If that's really the case, well then they're going to give free tuition. That's a valid argument. It's not a sound argument because the premises are false, right? But here we're not worried about whether the premises are true or false. We're worried about the structure, the form of the argument. And this is a good argument form. You can put anything you like in there. It can be about George Washington. It could be about your dog. You know, if your dog is, what's a bad sign for your dog? If your dog's nose, I get this mixed up. If it's hot and dry, is that supposed to be bad? Then your dog is sick. If your dog's nose, it's hot and dry, your dog is sick. You can do it with false things too. If you give a dog chocolate, you're going to kill the dog. You just gave the dog chocolate. Your dog's going to die. Not, you know, these are not all true claims, right? A lot of dogs can eat chocolate and do just fine. But you see the general idea. This is an argument form. This is always valid. And it's always deductive. So you know a lot just by looking at the structure of the argument. Now what you have to be able to do, when you're in real life, do you get arguments where somebody says, well, if P, then Q. P, therefore Q. My point is proven. No, they've got arguments that you have to sort of see through. This is the skeleton. You have to be able to develop the skills to see through all the flesh and see the skeleton underneath. Figure out what kind of animal you're dealing with. Yeah.
Is P always the premise and Q always the conclusion?
These are both premises, and this is the conclusion. When we draw this line, that means that we're separating premises from it.
So P and Q are the premise and Q the conclusion.
If P then Q is a premise,
Mhm.
P is a premise, Q is the conclusion. If we wanted to, we could put P, Q, if P then Q. It's not what they are, but where they are that determines whether they're premises or conclusions. So, if you look at this one, this is somewhat different. This is about how to group things. If you say A, A being any single thing you want, like that camera up in the corner that they say is watching us, but I think isn't actually working. A is a B. That thing up in the corner is a camera. All B's are C. You're saying that anything that's in the group B is included in a larger group C. So all cameras are things that watch us. Therefore, that thing up in the corner is something watching us. All right? It doesn't matter what you put in there. This is going to be a valid argument. May not be a sound argument. If that camera is not working, maybe it's not or it might not even be a camera. It could just be a dummy up there. That wouldn't surprise me at FSU, save a little money. They do that in convenience stores too, by the way. They have, sometimes you see the camera up in the corner and the red light blinking. All there is inside, there's a red light that blinks. Sometimes a motor to make it go back and forth. Yeah.
Actually, they're doing it at my house.
What's that?
A dummy camera.
Yeah.
That
So,
sits on the porch.
appearances could be deceiving. But what's not deceiving is if these premises, whatever you want to put in these premises, if those premises are true, that conclusion has to follow. So once you accept these, this goes. These are both valid argument forms.
Always valid, the second one too.
Because of the form. Right. This is why it's like mathematics. 2 plus 2 always equals 4, right? Or if two things are equal to each other, they're equal. If two things are equal to a third thing, they're equal to each other. That always goes. It doesn't matter what you put in there. This is like mathematics in that way. This is very powerful. So if you learn these argument forms and you practice them so that you can actually see them in real life arguments, that's going to be very useful for you. I'm not going to actually require you to be able to identify every single argument form, although I give you a handout that has a lot of argument forms on it. But I want you to be able to recognize them well enough so that you can tell at least is something deductive or inductive. These are deductive because they're saying if those premises are true, that conclusion has to follow. If you look at this, this is actually an inductive argument. This is the argument from example. This is a kind of bad argument that we make quite frequently. A is a P. A is in the group P. A has property X. All P's have property X. So we go from one member of a group, or one member of a class, to generalizing about the entire group. This is often called argument from example. It's not a good form of argument. This is not deductive. This is actually inductive because we're generally not asserting the conclusion with conclusive force. We're saying it's probably the case that all P's have property X. But does that really hold up? No. Let's put in some. let's put in some material. So. This iPhone. Let's see. This object right here is an iPhone, and it also has the property of being dropped very often. That's why I've got this case for it, because I'm clumsy with it, and I didn't want it to break forever. The SIM card was always popping out, and I had to reset it. So my fiance got me a nice OtterBox. It's supposed to be almost indestructible, and I have tested it you know, not deliberately, but I've dropped it 15 feet onto concrete, you know, I've accidentally smashed it into things. It's pretty durable. So now we're saying this thing right here is an iPhone, and this iPhone is the property being dropped. Therefore, most iPhones get dropped a lot. Really? No. This is the way in which we lead ourselves astray quite often. Or other people lead us astray. Or we lead them astray if we're trying to manipulate them. A lot of advertisements work like this, don't they? They present you a case. How many of you watched the Super Bowl last night? Or at least watched the ads? Okay, so most of you. Think about what advertisements will often do. They tell a story, and they show a case, and in that case, either something really good happens or something really bad happens. And if it's really good, then, go ahead.
It's their product to distribute.
Exactly. We'll make up a name. Horace. Horace is an average person. Horace bought that product and is very happy. Therefore, really, anybody who buys that product is going to be very happy. Well, no. You know, it depends on a lot of other things, doesn't it? This is not a strong inductive argument. This is a weak inductive argument. The other way that arguments work, and we're going to spend some time later on in the class, not this class session, but in a few weeks, looking at a lot of advertisements and seeing how they work. Either the claim is along the lines of something good happens, therefore you should buy our product, or if you don't buy our product, what? Something bad happens. Identity theft. You know, this person lost everything. That could have been prevented with, pick whatever product you like. Identity lock, somebody said?
LifeLock.
What's that?
LifeLock.
LifeLock, yeah, there you go. And the way advertisements often work is by using argument from example. Argument from example from a critical thinking perspective is not a strong form of argumentation. When you're carrying out inductive arguments, you want to have better ways of doing that. Now, these are some valid arguments. That's a fairly bad or weak inductive argument. Let me give you some invalid arguments. We'll look at some of those for examples. So if P then Q, there's a common mistake that gets made, and this is often termed with fairly long language of affirming the consequent. That requires you to know a little bit of technical vocabulary that I'm not going to presume that you know. This is actually what we call the antecedent because it comes first, and the consequent. What I'm more interested in you seeing is the connection between these. If I say, if P then Q, and Q is the case, therefore P is the case, I see some of you shaking your heads already, so you're getting it. Sometimes what it takes is to substitute some material in there, and then you can see how it doesn't follow. So let's say we take the old standby if, so this is going to be P, if it snows in Fayetteville, classes are canceled. Right? So this is P, this is Q, snows in Fayetteville. We're going to put that down here at the bottom then. Therefore, it snowed. And we're going to put here, what's going to be Q, classes are canceled. So, is this really a good argument? If these premises are true, does that conclusion have to follow? Could you think of a case where these are true,
Yeah.
but this doesn't follow? What would be an
A
example?
holiday.
Perfect, yeah. Because this is pretty much true. I mean, we're going to talk in a moment about how do you go from deductive to inductive. Classes can be canceled. It could be for a holiday. Maybe there's a, what's that? A hurricane, yeah. Could be, what's that?
Bomb threats.
Bomb threats, yeah. Don't anybody call one in. Because this would be a very bad place to do that, because I don't know if you realize this, but we're so close to Fort Bragg that a lot of monitoring of cell phone traffic takes place. You may not even know it when you're being listened in on. This is actually one of the safest places you could be, vis-a-vis a bomb threat or terrorist attack, because there's so much resources devoted to making sure that one doesn't happen here. It's all behind the scenes. Yeah, so if you look at this, now notice, here's the skeleton, here's the flesh on it. Sometimes seeing the flesh can help you pick out the form of the skeleton. Any of you ever been in drawing classes? So you know that's the case, right? Sometimes being able to see the form will help you put together a good argument. If you wanted to make a bad argument to fool somebody, you could actually take this and use it as your model, and then just start putting things in there. And they might be taken in, because people do often buy into bad arguments. What about this one? A is a B. Remember the one about professors and terrorists? Let's use that one again. A is B. So we'll say Dr. Sadler, and we'll use this thing about diligent in his work. And all CRB. All terrorists are diligent in their work. Therefore, Dr. Sadler is a terrorist. Now, it doesn't have to be terrorists, diligent in their work. It could be this banana is a very, tasty fruit. All oranges are tasty fruits. Therefore, this banana is an orange. You notice, again, premises can be true, and the conclusion won't follow from it. And if you want to figure out whether this is valid or invalid, you might do that just by substituting things in, substituting what we call content. There's also other techniques that you can use that your textbook has, but we don't get to cover in this class, for determining whether these are valid or invalid, where you can prove it to yourself.
Will you break that one down?
What do you mean by break it down?
Like Dr. Sadler is diligent. That's A.
Dr. Sadler is
Diligent
A.
is B.
Yeah. B is just any sort of class, right? Any sort of group. This will take some wrapping your head around. We're not in. Remember how I was talking last time about the habits of thinking that you have to sort of shift yourself out of?
Yeah.
If you want to make use of this, then it requires quite often developing new habits, because we used to do things like this in grammar school. We don't do it anymore. So a lot of people have been set behind, you might say. This used to be sort of just par for the course. And there's certain mental habits that are developed by working with argument forms, by working with mathematics, by working with logic. It develops certain parts of your mind to a higher level, to be more facile, to be ready to see things and then just operate with them like that. And if you haven't done it, then this is one of those sort of things where it's going to take a bit more work. Again, in this class, I'm not going to require you to identify argument forms and pick them out and tell me this is, affirming the consequent. I'm not even going to ask you to tell me whether they're valid or invalid. I'm happy if you can actually tell me, is this a deductive argument or an inductive argument? That's why I gave you this whole list of forms. Now, there are some other inductive ones, but let me talk for a moment how you could turn deductive arguments into Inductive arguments. Think again, what are some of the words that you associate with inductive arguments? Likely, very good.
Probably.
Usually, probably, most, yeah, and we're going to use most in here. Likely, probably, usually, you could use any of those in here. And so you may see some things that look like some of these deductive argument forms, but they may have that language. So if P then Q, let's say we take the first one that we had, P, therefore Q, right? Let's say we change it from this, which is, absolute, to if P, then probably, or likely, or usually, or generally, Q, right? And then we say P is in fact the case. Therefore, probably Q. What are some things that you feel fairly certain about that have some exceptions? Think about the dog nose again. The dog's nose is hot and dry. The dog is probably sick. Or you just have a dog that has a hot, dry nose. Maybe some dogs do. I don't know. I'm not a veterinarian or biologist or anything like that. How much pizza do you think a person could safely consume at one sitting? What would be the limit? 8 slices? Okay. And you mean like big slices, not like you get a.
No, New York style slices.
Yeah, not you bring home a pizza from Walmart and you cook it and then you cut it in 12 slices that are very thin. Okay, so yeah, 12 big pizza. 8 slices. If you eat more than 8 slices of pizza, you'll probably be sick. Right? In every case, no. But, so you tell some kid that. I see you eyeing the pizza up. If you eat all 8 slices of that pizza and then you eat that 9th slice, you're probably going to be sick. And they go ahead and do it, and then they get sick. You say, well, look, I spelled it out for you. You chose to do that. You're not asserting that if these premises are true, that conclusion absolutely follows, right? Because you're using the word probably in there. That makes this into an inductive argument, doesn't it? Now notice it has a form. It has a structure. So if you see an argument that's set up like that, no matter what the P is or the Q is, you should be telling yourself, aha, that's an inductive argument. Think about the advertisements for antidepressants. What else do they advertise? Where there's a lot of side effects. Antidepressants. There's some other psychoactive drugs that they sell on the market. Now, what do they say? Most people who are suffering from depression experience some relief if they take Zoloft. Okay. That's the one with the little cloud that bounces, I think? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get to the sum in a minute. So most people experience some degree of relief. So if you are suffering from depression and you take Zoloft, you will probably feel better. You do take it, you'll probably feel better. It doesn't say that you will automatically. You might be in that, whatever it is, 10%, 15% who doesn't feel better. Now, notice that the word probably has got to be in there, or likely. If it's going to be a strong inductive argument, if you're just shooting for a weak inductive argument, then you could say some, or possibly, or maybe, and that's what they do with the side effects, isn't it? And then they start talking very, very fast. Side effects may include blah, 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 you know. You look at it and it's all in very fine print, and there's about 30 different things. Your ears might fall off. Your toes might curl up, you know, you may die, you know, but you know that's not likely. They're not using this sort of structure of argument with that, and they're not asserting that you are likely to be in that case. That's what we mean by side effects. When the side effects become really likely, then they take it off the market. Usually, right?
And then
Yeah.
all that other commercial, if you were affected or you or your child were affected by such and such.
Oh, you mean when lawyers are, those class action lawsuit commercials? Yeah. If you were affected by such and such, you may be entitled to a, yeah. They're using the word may in that case, because they're lawyers, they're hedging their bets. They're not actually meaning may, they're meaning most likely. You're most likely entitled to that. That's why you should contact us. They're using may also because what will ultimately decide whether you're entitled to it, how the lawsuit turns out. So they don't want to say you are absolutely going to get a you know, $1,000 check, because what happens if they lose the suit? They would be on the hook for $1,000, wouldn't they? So they're smarter than that. Let's look at a few more ways of turning deductive arguments into inductive arguments. Another example, one that I hadn't put up before, an old standby, which all A are B, all B are C, therefore, what do you think the conclusion is? All A are C, very good. And all of your friends who smoke cigarettes, cough a lot, people who cough a lot. What's that?
People who cough a lot smoke cigarettes.
Well, we've already gotten that. All people who smoke cigarettes cough a lot. So if we have A, if we start putting things in here, B has to stay the same, and now we need something new for C. So what's something, I know this isn't true, because actually I used to be one of these people. I used to smoke, and I used to be able to run, 2 miles in under 11 minutes when I was in the Army. We would actually go on 5-mile runs, and we were young. We'd go on 5-mile runs every day, and those of us who were smokers would smoke while we were running. We would pass a cigarette up and down the line. But let's just assume that these things are true. So all of your friends are people who smoke, or all of what did I start out with? All of your friends who smoke, cough a lot. All people who cough a lot can't run very well, therefore all of your friends who smoke can't run very well. If those premises are true, the conclusion does follow. Now, let's say you want to weaken it. These are not actually premises that you should believe in. All of your friends who smoke, cough a lot, let's leave that one there. But all people who cough a lot, let's change that to most people who cough a lot don't run very well. And we weaken the conclusion to most of your friends who smoke don't run very well. Now we're not dealing with a deductive argument anymore, are we? This does have a certain form, though. And you could put whatever you want in there. It could be all of your relatives are good cooks. Most people who are good cooks make good spouses. Therefore, most of your relatives make good spouses. Could be that, some people who cook well don't make good spouses because they beat their spouses with the frying pan or something like that, right? Or they deliberately cook food that their spouse doesn't like to show off their culinary skills. Who knows? The point being, they all have the same structure. this structure makes for a strong inductive argument. So whenever you see something that has this structure, if those premises are true, and you're making the assumption there, that conclusion probably follows, doesn't it? There are some other examples of forms, particular forms for different kinds of inductive arguments that I just want to clue you into. We're not going to talk about them an awful lot today, but later on in the semester we'll come to them. One is the argument from analogy, where you say something along these lines. A has properties X, Y, Z. B also properties X, Y, Z. Therefore, B probably has property Q. Property Q could be you like it or you don't like it. Because a lot of your decisions or your inferences about what kind of foods that you would like to eat or not eat, or what kind of music you would like to listen to or not listen to, or what kind of shows you'd like to watch or not watch, are based on analogy. As a matter of fact, websites have gotten very sophisticated about this. When we look at analogy later on, we're going to look at some examples of how to use analogy, and if you use the Pandora radio station thing, did any of you use that? Or Hulu? Any of you subscribe and then rate shows? If you like this, then you'll probably like this. What are they basing that on? They're saying some things have properties in common. So think about pizza. What are pizza's character? Is there anybody in here who doesn't like pizza? Okay, sometimes I have a class where one person doesn't like pizza. What do you like about pizza? I'm not asking what ingredients do you like. What do you like about pizza? You know, if you had to tell somebody...
Convenience.
Okay, it's convenient. What makes it tasty? There's a combination of certain elements. It's doughy, yeah. Pizza combines crispy and soft, and you know, the tomatoey thing with the meat or the vegetables, and there's a lot of different combinations you can do. So pizza has a combination of tastes, it's convenient. Can you think of any other reasons why you like pizza?
It feeds a lot of people.
Feeds a lot of people, okay. Good. So it has properties X, Y, Z. It's convenient, has a good combination of taste, feeds a lot of people, and you like it. That's property Q. Can you think of any other dishes that might meet that requirement?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, okay. Spaghetti also has the properties of being convenient, feeds a lot of people, especially if you make a lot of spaghetti, you make a big tub of it, and it is a combination of taste too, doesn't it? More if you put meatballs in it, or you put Parmesan cheese on top, or things like that. Remember what property Q was? That you would like it?
You like it.
Yeah. So you can probably infer that if you like pizza for these reasons, and spaghetti also has these reasons, you're probably going to like spaghetti. Yeah. You can also do this with things that you don't like. Things that you don't like have these properties. This thing has these properties. Think about people. There's some traits that drive you nuts. By now you should have, you probably have enough experience that you could put together a list of properties. I actually did that at one time when I found myself in multiple relationships where I kept making the same mistakes. There's a comedian who actually has a good joke about this. He says something along the lines of, if your relationships keep breaking down and it keeps happening for the same reasons, it might be that the problem is actually you. And there's a truth to that. What would it be? You're doing the wrong kind of inferences about people in that case. Because when you pick somebody to go out on a date with, you've engaged in an argument. You've actually said, you've come to the conclusion, yes, I should go out with this person. You have some sort of reason for doing that. And you could give those reasons. And your friends may argue with you about those reasons, right? Or your family. Well, you can do the same thing, the same sort of structure of analogy with who you should go out with and who you shouldn't go out with. Danger signs, when somebody is crazy or dangerous in other ways. So-and-so had these properties. This person also has these properties. And so-and-so, what should we make them do? Something bad. They killed their mom. Okay, so-and-so had these properties and killed their mom. They constantly argued with their mom, threatened their mom, and were secretive about weapons around the house. This other, and they killed their mom. And this other person is in that boat too. Maybe take the mom into protective custody. Yeah.
Does that also work with advertising? Because
Yeah,
I
it
heard
does.
that, like, when you're on a website and you get those pop-ups,
Yeah.
you're less likely to look at the pop-up more if it has to do with the website you're on. I mean, you're more than likely to look at the pop-up more.
So let me get this straight. The research is showing that if the pop-up ad is connected with the website that you're on, you're more likely to look at it, and then more likely to click on it. I think that's how they'd have to check it, right? That could be. I know that when it comes to most websites now, there's so much profile information stored about you on your, either on your computer or on the sites that you have profiles on, like Facebook, for example. When I put that I was single, I started Facebook when I was in the process of getting a divorce. And so Facebook doesn't have divorcing, right? It has single, in a relationship, it's complicated, married, engaged, yes. So it doesn't have disengaging. So when I went from married to single, suddenly all these ads started popping up all the time. Date, women in your area, and they were, pretty funny, some of them, because I'm 40 years old. So they would be like, find 40-year-old women in your area. Or I have kids, and Facebook knows that, so it would say, find single moms in your area. Then one of the best things about putting I'm engaged on Facebook, no more of those ads. Now there are things about, find out how philosophy professors can make $100 grand a year, which then you click on it and it turns out to be complete bogus. Or free trips for professors, and then you find out, yeah, free trip if you get 15 students to go. But all of that is based on the logic of analogy. If you like this, then you'll probably like this as well. The last several classes we've looked at how to tell the difference between these, and what makes an inductive argument an inductive argument, what makes a deductive argument a deductive argument. We've talked about concepts like strength and validity and soundness and cogency. Let's see, Perry. But we haven't introduced this other issue with it. We've talked about implicit or unstated premises for arguments, right? Sometimes when you're making an argument, you don't spell the entire thing out. And that can be a problem when you're trying to figure out, am I dealing with a deductive argument or an inductive argument? Because remember, how do you tell? You have to look at what is the connection between the premises and the conclusion. And you're not looking at whether the premises are actually true yet, or whether the conclusion is true. You're sort of imagining a hypothetical world in which the premises, if they were true, what would happen? And to what degree would it follow? If you can say, well, if the person who's making the argument is presenting it to you as if, well, if these premises are true, that conclusion has to follow, then you're dealing with a deductive argument, right? If they're doing it and they're hedging their bets, they're excuse me, they're qualifying it, they're making it less strong, and they're saying, well, it probably follows, then we're dealing with an inductive argument. So this is familiar ground to most of you by now. Now, what do you do if somebody just makes an assertion, like this, for example? Somebody asked me about the Super Bowl. And maybe they say something like this: the Packers won, I bet you're happy. Right? Now, what are they assuming? Say again? That I'm a Packers fan, so there's one implicit assumption there right now. So let's add that. You are a Packers fan. Does that get us here yet? No, there's still some more things that would have to be spelled out. So let's move this down. And, oh boy. That's not good. I bet you're happy. There's something else that has to be assumed there. How do you get from the Packers won and you're a Packers fan, which are statements of fact, right? They're,
Did you watch football?
that could be another assumption that still wouldn't get you here, though. You can bring in all sorts of other extraneous considerations. You liked eating chili while you were watching the Packers. Well, that's still not going to get you here. You have to have something like a general rule or a universal rule.
When your team wins, you're happy?
Very good. That'll work. You're a Packers, the Packers won, you're a Packers fan. When your team wins, you're happy. So notice, to go from here to here, we had to introduce two more premises. This is the way a lot of your arguments that you make in real life and the arguments that other people are making to you actually work. They have a lot of implicit or unstated premises. Sometimes they actually don't even spell out the conclusion for you. They expect you to figure out what the conclusion is. You know, if it's evident. You know, think about advertisements. Does every advertisement actually say buy our product?
No.
But every advertisement is actually oriented towards you making that conclusion, isn't it? So the Packers won, you're a Packers fan. Now notice, this one here is different than these two. Like I said, this is a statement of fact, the Packers won. Could be true, could be false. If the Steelers had won, then it would be a false statement. If you said this last year, it would be a false statement, right? Because the Cardinals beat the Packers. I was very disappointed to find that out because, you know, I have a hard time seeing the Cardinals as a real team because they're an expansion team. But if they lose to the Bears, that's okay because the Bears, have been around since I was a kid. But that's a factual statement. You're a Packers fan. That's a factual statement too, right? And notice it's about an individual. This is a rule. This is something that's got broader applicability. This is sort of like a hypothetical statement. If you're in these conditions, then this happens. If you're a student, then you have to pay your tuition. I don't have to pay tuition, right? That if then doesn't apply to me. But that rule does apply to you, doesn't it? Or think about traffic laws. I remember back when I was in graduate school, some students would come home from the bars and they wouldn't drive, but they would ride a bike. And the town didn't actually have a law against riding your bike while intoxicated. And eventually they did pass a law because there were too many students who were, running into things because they were drunk. Now, what does the law actually apply to? Only the things that it's written for. A law is a sort of rule. And a rule can either be universal, it applies to everything like that, or in the case of inductive arguments, the kind of rules that we're going to work with are probability statements. For instance, let's think of some other general rules. Let's think about medicine. If you wash your hands frequently, you're less likely to get certain diseases, right? That's why a lot of people like to wash their hands all the time. Now, if you wash your hands too much, what else can happen?
They become dry,
Yeah, you
taking all the.
get rid of all the oils from your skin, and then that's not good either. Now, there could be some people who could wash their hands all the time and it doesn't affect them. But that's not the rule. When we say, well, the exception doesn't negate the rule, we're talking about inductive arguments. We're talking about inductive reasoning. If we say, well, let's say I see one of you washing your hands all the time. I say, what's going on with you? Well, I don't want to get sick. Yeah, you're washing your hands 100 times a day. And you know, most people who wash their hands 100 times a day, their skin gets very dry and it starts to split, and that might actually be worse than the getting sick. And then you say, well, I do it all the time, and it doesn't bother me. I say, well, okay, you're the exception. I wasn't talking about a universal rule that applies to everybody. I was giving a general rule, right? I give general rules like that when I say things to you like, well, you know, if you want to prep for this test, you can't wait until the last minute. Some of you may be able to, right? You could be exceptions to that. I don't know for certain. There are some deductive arguments that have universal rules, right? Where we say, well, look, if this is the case, this absolutely has to be the case. This thing follows this. Like the old standby, if there's smoke, there's fire. Not exactly true, but if there's smoke, there is combustion of some sort. You may not have flames. You don't think so? How else could you have smoke?
The heat coming off tires.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
actual combustion.
Tire smoking, yeah. If we include that in smoke, that would be an exception to the rule. That one bears some thinking about. Because the logicians always bring up, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, as a sign, as sort of an infallible sign of the existence of fire. So I guess you could extend it and say, well, you know, there's some sort of process of things breaking down because of heat. Then we could have a universal rule, right? But notice what you'd have to do. If you want to make a deductive argument, you know, I see smoke, wherever there's smoke, there's fire, you would have to, well, not fire, there is heat involved breaking down activities or something like that. You would have to change it if you want to make it a good deductive argument, wouldn't you? Now, if you want an inductive argument, that works just fine. You don't have to change it. So now this one, let's think about this. When your team wins, you're happy. There's no probably in there, is there? So we should interpret this as making a universal claim. Something like anybody whose team wins is happy. That's a universal claim. It would apply to everybody. Don't worry whether it's true or not. At this point, we're concerned with, is it a universal claim or a general claim that admits of some exceptions? I bet you're happy. That sounds more like inductive language, doesn't it? If you say I bet, you're not saying I'm 100% sure, are you?
No.
Yeah. I mean, some people might be so sure of themselves, whether for good reasons or bad reasons, that when they have an opinion about something, it must be right. Or when they come to a judgment, it absolutely must be right. They don't hold out any possibility that they could be mistaken. But most people, when they say I bet, they're making an inductive argument. So really, what we probably want here is when your team wins, you're probably happy, right? And this would be a good inductive argument. Now notice, like an iceberg floating, you know, in the ocean, you're all familiar with that old saying about icebergs that 90% of the iceberg is below the surface. So you got to watch out for the, you know, the peaks of them, because by the time you're actually close to the peak, you've probably hit the iceberg. Arguments are like this very often. We make a lot of assumptions. Let's take another one, a non-football related one. Let's use things from student life. Give me any sort of fact about students, or even a student that you can think of. And we'll go somewhere with it.
Study.
Student study. Okay. And let's say, well, you remember we talked about this at the beginning of the semester. This idea that, well, if you go to college, you're writing your ticket for success in life. Prevalent, I'd call it a misconception, because it's not really based on sufficient evidence anymore. But let's say you have that in your mind, and you're talking to one of your friends, and they're a student. Let's say they don't actually study, though. You're trying to make a case for why they ought to study. So let's say college graduates are usually successful in life, right? But there could be some that aren't. I have a few friends who I graduated from college with who were not particularly successful in life. You know, they had one problem or another. As a matter of fact, a lot of the people who I graduated with from graduate school are still looking for full-time jobs. Some of them 10 years out. Well, how do you get from student study to college graduates who are usually successful? You have to be assuming a lot of things to get from point A to, not point B, maybe point C, point D, point E, right?
When students study, they're more successful.
That's good. When students study, how about let's say they tend to be successful. That works. Actually, that will get us here. So we didn't have to do, I was actually anticipating we'd have to do, 5 or 6 different steps to get there. Well, if they study, then they're probably going to pass tests, and if they pass tests, they'll get through their classes, and if they get through their classes, they'll get a college degree, and if they have the college degree, then they're a college graduate. But this actually gets us right here. When students study, they tend to be successful. Okay, that's good. We probably would have to put in something there about them graduating as well. But let's just go with this for the time being. Now notice, again, this is a general rule. It's not a universal rule. It's not saying that every student who studies is going to be successful. There's right and wrong ways to study. I remember my sister when she was in high school, laying in front of the TV with textbooks and saying, "I'm studying." And, yeah, she was studying the shows. She was studying what was going on, but if you asked her anything about the material, it wasn't really sticking with her. So there's, you could study something that you call studying, but not do that well with it, right? You all know some people like that. I'm going to study, I'm going to put it under my pillow, and the facts will just sort of leach their way into my brain. That's not studying either.
I've done that.
You've done, it's worked?
Mm-hmm.
The knowledge somehow seeped out of the book and into your brain?
I disagree with that'll get you there.
You disagree with what?
But that'll get you there, because I think that's still too open in general. Like, successful with what? I think the final statements.
Yeah, at this point we're not worried about that. We're just looking at the logic of it. Yeah, you could say we need to clarify what you mean by successful. But notice, it's left pretty open and vague here. So if it's open and vague in the conclusion, it's open and vague in the premises, it might be okay. Although, that does bring up a good point. There is a fallacy that we're going to look at later on in the semester called the fallacy of equivocation. And when you equivocate, you're using a term that's vague or ambiguous in more than one way when you're making an argument about something. What's your last name? West. Okay. So yeah, that could be an issue. You could say, here's a good example. There are many college students who are successful academically, and they get out and they get good jobs, so that's a kind of success, right? Actually, two kinds of success. And then their marriages fall apart, their kids hate them, they die bitter, empty, and alone. That's not being successful. That's a different... Now, they're successful in one way, but they're not successful in another way. That's because successful it's a ambiguous term. It can mean a lot of different things. It can also be a vague term, where with vague terms, it's hard to say sometimes where the dividing lines are. I mean, you could point at, say, Steve Jobs of Apple. He was pretty successful. And you could point, who's somebody who you could say is definitely not successful? Anybody you can think of?
A celebrity?
Yeah.
Tommy Tom.
MC Hammer.
MC Hammer.
Well, he's back on track.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Let's say we take MC Hammer from 10 years ago, before he got his act together, and he was deep in debt and was having to sell off all his property. You could say that he was unsuccessful after being successful. Those are easy cases to decide, right? And then there's other cases that are kind of in the middle, and they're harder to figure out. That means that they're vague. So successful could be a vague term, or it could be an ambiguous term where it can be interpreted more than one way. Now, let's say we take some other arguments. I want to show you something else about these implicit premises and rules. Let's say we take our old standby. I won't put that in yet. It's snowing today. Therefore, class is canceled.
It'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard that we may have a snow day tomorrow. That could be kind of nice. Unfortunately, I don't have any classes tomorrow, just a meeting that I actually really need to be at, since I'm coordinating it, so. Snow days are fun, aren't they? Okay, so it's snowing today. What have we used over and over again to get us from this point to here? A sort of if-then statement, or whenever statement.
If it snows, class will be canceled.
Yeah, and we usually index it to Fayetteville, right? Because if it's snowing in Indiana, class isn't canceled necessarily. So let's instead of using if, just to make it a little bit clearer, let's use whenever. Whenever it snows in Fayetteville, class is canceled. Okay, now this is what we call a universal rule. There's no exceptions to it. We're saying whenever, any time that it happens, we're not leaving ourselves any wiggle room. This whole argument here is deductive, isn't it? Because if these premises are true, that conclusion, the person is saying, if these premises are true, that conclusion has to be true. There's no, well, maybe, or possibly, or probably, or anything like that. What if somebody points out to you, well, there have been cases where it snowed in Fayetteville and classes weren't canceled. Now, what do you do in argument, typically? you back up a little bit, don't you? You say, well, yeah, I understand that. I wasn't talking about every single time as if I'm God and know the intimate construction of the universe and everything. I'm just making a general statement. I'm just talking about what usually or probably or likely happens. So then you say something more like, okay, it's snowing today. That stays the same. And you do say also class is canceled. What changes when you go from a deductive to an inductive argument? It's the rule. It's the strength of the rule that you're using. You change it from a universal rule to a general rule, and you say usually, or probably, or most times. Usually when it snows in Fayetteville, class is canceled. So, let me put a star next to these premises. Universal rule, general rule. Notice, neither one of these was actually above board, something that you spelled out for your audience at the start. So when somebody makes a claim to you like, well, it's snowing, we're not going to have class, you have to figure out, are they making an inductive argument or a deductive argument? Are they trying to say, because of these premises, I know for certain that this claim is true? Or are they making an inductive argument, saying, well, it's probably true? And you notice that when I brought this up, you were all sort of familiar with this idea of backing off from an argument that you've made that's a little bit too strong. Because you've done that many times. And people around you have done that many times. This is part of human communication. We tend to make claims a little bit stronger than we actually have evidence for. And then in conversation, somebody points this out to us, and then we back off and we come to the more appropriate degree of evidence. There's a lot of things that we think we know for certain that really we don't. We can't be 100% sure, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't be 98% sure or 70% sure. Just because you don't know something 100% doesn't mean you don't know it. Some people will actually use that as part of an argument to try to manipulate you. Say, well, you don't know for sure that he's a bad guy, so I think you should invest your money with him. You haven't proven that he's a crook. He's never been convicted. Yeah, sure, he's been accused, but lots of people have been accused. Therefore, you should trust him. No, if you have good evidence for thinking that something is probably the case, if you have some sort of useful general rule, like in this case, in Fayetteville, usually when it does snow, class is canceled, right? In your experience? Not every time necessarily, but usually. So if I were to make a bet with you about tomorrow, we bet $1 or $10 or whatever, you would want to bet on, once it starts snowing, you would want to bet on class is canceled. And that would be a good bet. You wouldn't bet on the other side. That's sort of like going to the casino and putting your money when the roulette wheel spins, instead of putting it on red or black, putting it on the one little green spot in there, which some people do. Sometimes somebody wins, but it's pretty rare. So, deductive arguments, universal rule, inductive arguments, general rule. I'll give you another example of this. One that we've looked at a number of times in this class. Think about when people are stereotyping. I used that as an example before for implicit premises. If somebody says, Who do you want to pick on today? What? It doesn't have to be a race. It could be a profession. It could be age. It could be anything you like. What group do you want to pick on today? The IRS? Because it's tax season, right?
Yeah, I hate them right now.
Yeah, I can understand that feeling. The older you get, the more you dislike the IRS. Okay, so how about IRS agents maybe? What's something that you might say about them then?
Well, it's not typically them, it's just the whole system I get
IRS
picked off
policy.
at.
Okay, IRS policy, but we want to. I want to use this for stereotyping. So we can make it as.
They're mean and they're aggressive towards you.
Okay, they're aggressive.
Thieves.
They're thieves. Okay, that's even better. Because we want something. I want to use this to illustrate stereotyping. So we want something that isn't actually true. And we'll use the aggressiveness, and we'll tie that somehow to thieves. So. IRS agents are thieves. IRS agents are aggressive people. With too much power. And let's say we say all. All IRS agents are aggressive people with too much power. That's the kind of people the IRS hires. And we're going to try to get to an all statement down here. They're all thieves. So you meet you meet somebody at a party, you know, their husband or their wife introduces them to you. You know, meet so and so. Well, what do you do for a living? I'm an IRS agent. Oh, you're a thief, right? How do you get there from here? We need some sort of universal rule, because we're working with a deductive argument. We need some sort of universal rule that's going to get from them being aggressive people with too much power to being thieves.
All aggressive people steal.
All aggressive people, yeah, that'll work. All aggressive people with too much power steal. Now, notice that we still have to assume one more thing, a definition. People who steal are thieves. And so we have two implicit premises here, two unstated premises. So you're at the party and you meet this person, you say, well, you're a thief. And they say, why would you say something hurtful like that? And then you say, well, all IRS agents are thieves. And they say, how do you know that? And you say, well, all you IRS agents are aggressive people with too much power. And I say, well, that doesn't get you to us being thieves. And you say, yeah, sure it does. Aggressive people with too much power steal. People who steal are thieves. Therefore, you're a thief, right? And there the party's pretty much over for you guys. Or the hostess asks you to leave or something like that. Or maybe you reconcile afterwards. Now notice some stereotyping is going on, and what's going on with the stereotyping? These assumptions that are sort of being carried with people. This is a good one. People who steal are thieves. That's a definition. No need to revise that one, is there? I mean, you could quibble and say, well, what if somebody is taking bread for their hungry children and they have no other way of providing for them? And, actually, there's a philosopher, Thomas Aquinas, who considers that case, and he says, well, then they're not stealing. It's a different kind of act. You have to re-describe it, You have to pick the best definition of the act. Well, let's put that aside. So, there's no problem with this. I mean, if you get the dictionary out and you look up thief, I'm sure it's got stealing in there somewhere. This one, all IRS agents are aggressive people with too much power. The odds of that being true as an all or nothing statement, a universal statement, are probably pretty low. I'll bet you can find at least one IRS agent who is not aggressive and has too much power. I don't know any. Actually, my interactions with the IRS have not been pleasant on my part either. Once you get into tax trouble, it just keeps spiraling, because then you have to, the attempts to resolve it take a long time and involve misunderstandings and all that. All aggressive people with too much power steal. I don't know. That one, do you think that one's true? All aggressive people with too much power steal? They may do other things. There's that old saying, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. If we assume that something like that is true, then people who are aggressive and have too much power, they're probably going to do something bad. But will it necessarily be stealing? No, they might murder people. Or, what's that?
That's worse.
That is worse, yeah, but that's different. That's the key thing. We're not saying that they either steal or do something worse. We say they steal. So, you've presented this to your IRS agent, and they say, that's an awful argument. Didn't you go to critical thinking class? You say, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. And I passed it, but I forgot some of these things. Let me reconstruct this. Let me back up a little bit. Well, I wasn't saying that all of you IRS agents are people with too much power. I was saying most of you. And I wasn't actually saying that all aggressive people with too much power steal, because some of them murder, and some of them kidnap, and some of them rape, and some of them do other things. But most of them do. Right? Yeah.
So that's changing it from a deductive to an inductive, right?
Yes, very good. That's exactly what you're doing. You are changing it from a deductive argument to an inductive argument. Now we have to have something like most down here, or probably, or likely, or odds are. We don't have to change this, because this is a definition. Right? We don't just say, well, most people who steal are thieves. Well, people who steal are actually thieves. That's the definition of thief. This may still be a weak argument, or a bad argument, because, not because the structure's bad, but are these premises actually true? Do we know this one? Most IRS agents are aggressive people with too much power. Usually when we're stereotyping, we're making assumptions about most or all, and we don't actually have a good evidentiary basis for it. How many IRS agents do all of us know? Yeah. I mean, maybe some of us have met a few. And maybe some of us have even met them outside of the IRS context, but probably not an awful lot. Who knows though? Some of you may go to work for the IRS. Most aggressive people with too much power steal. What do you think about that premise? If we're taking that as a general rule, most aggressive people with too much power steal.
Probably would steal.
Well, I'm not asking us to reword it. I'm asking, do you think it's true as a claim? I see a couple people shaking heads. A couple people nodding heads too. So this would be a controversial premise. Could be true. You would actually have to.
White collar crime.
Yeah, white collar crime. Are those?
Especially with Bernard, we fit that one.
Yeah. Are those necessarily aggressive people? Actually, a lot of white collar criminals are kind of, yeah. Aggressive people with too much power. Those tend to be the prisoners that I saw. The murderers.
Aggressive or passive?
What's that?
The aggressive or passive?
Yeah. I don't know. This one could be questionable, right? So this is not a very good argument. And usually when we're stereotyping, we're doing things like this. When people know everything about all Muslims, and then they backpedal to, well, most Muslims. Well, there's 1.3 billion Muslims in the world. So unless you're, you know, meeting an awful lot of them, or you're involved in Muslim communities, or you're a scholar of Islam and you actually have looked at some of the demographic studies, you may not have good grounds for those sort of universal rules or general rules. Now, when it comes to day-to-day interactions, do you guys have good grounds for making universal and general rules? Yeah. I mean, by this point in your life, you know something about human nature. You know something about actions and consequences. If you do this, this is probably going to happen. There are some things that you know inside and out that we don't question, like if I drop this, what's going to happen? It's going to fall. Nobody thinks it's going to just sort of hang in the air, right? It's because you're all making an assumption of a universal rule. Objects that are dropped, unless something is blocking them, fall. We call this somewhat incorrectly the law of gravity. Law actually says that two bodies will be attracted to each other according to what? The inverse square of their distance, I think that's how it runs. But the basic way that we parse it is, well, if you drop something, it's going to fall. That's a universal rule that you can rely on. Now, what you're going to do with an argument depends on what you make of those unstated premises. So you have to figure out when somebody throws out a premise and then throws out a conclusion, you have to figure out, are you dealing with somebody who's making an inductive argument or a deductive argument? Look at the kind of claims that they're making, the kind of assumptions that you think they're making. And one other thing.
I just want to make sure I'm...
Okay.
The unstated premises are the ones that you have to asterisk by, right? That's the ones we're filling in, right?
Yes.
Filling in the blanks.
Yes.
So like on our test, is this going to be on there?
The review sheet has a lot of topics.
Okay.
I don't tell you precisely which topics are going to be on there.
So like if it were, you would just have the top and the bottom, and we'd have...
Or I might ask you to find an unstated premise which would make the argument strong, or make the argument valid. If it's asking you for one to make it valid, it's asking you for a deductive. Yeah. Let's look at an example. Let's say everybody likes bacon, right? Matter of fact, even people who aren't supposed to eat pork like bacon usually. There's something about bacon. And now you know what the culinary rage is? Chocolate covered bacon. Believe
Have
me.
you ever had it?
I haven't had it yet.
It's disgusting.
Okay, well let's work with that. We'll end up with the conclusion: chocolate covered bacon. Chocolate covered bacon is disgusting, and let's say we start out with a premise. Chocolate and bacon have tastes that do not go together. Now, if I were to ask you, find a universal rule that makes this into a valid argument, I'm asking you to supply me another premise here that would make it into a good deductive argument. So chocolate and bacon have tastes that don't go together. Whenever, here be one, whenever two things have tastes that don't go together, they're disgusting. Or anytime you combine two tastes that don't go together, the result is disgusting. There's more than one way to do this. The key thing is, if I'm asking you for a deductive argument, you have to give a universal rule, one that applies to all cases of things that taste that don't go together, right? Now, if I ask you to provide me with an inductive argument, if I say, find an implicit premise that makes this into a strong argument, inductively strong argument, then you would want something like most tastes that don't go together when combined are disgusting. Or usually when people put tastes together that don't match, it's disgusting. Usually, most, likely, probably, those are all inductive terms. And what you want to associate with inductive is strong or weak, and then general rule, right? An implicit premise for a inductive argument is probably going to be a general rule. For a deductive argument, valid, invalid, sound or unsound, whether the premises are true or not, and you're supplying a universal rule. All, no, something that applies across the board. A universal rule doesn't have any exceptions. So if we say, all things whose tastes don't go together are disgusting, that's a universal rule. You're not leaving room for any exceptions. Does that help? Okay, so today we're starting a new chapter, right? Chapter 10, we've skipped over the formal logic material because we just don't have the time to get to it. And what we're looking at are inductive arguments. So what do you remember? Think back to earlier chapters. What do you remember about inductive arguments? Let's start with what you actually do now. What you can recall.
They were strong or weak.
Okay, that's very good. They're either strong or weak, as opposed to what?
The valid or invalid.
Right, as opposed to valid or invalid. And what does that mean? Valid or invalid is like the light switch. You flip it on or you flip it off, and there's no in between. What about strong and weak? That's more like what? It's not so much like a on-off light switch. You remember the metaphor that I had? It's like a dimmer switch. You can be stronger or weaker. What else do you know about inductive arguments? What else can you say about them? Yeah.
They're only true some of the time, I think, kind of like.
Yeah, you're on the right track. Keep going with that.
I lost my train of thought now.
They're only right some of the time, even if they are strong. What does that mean? If they're only right some of the time, then
They have
they're...
a general rule?
Yeah, they use general rules. Well, let's go a little bit further, general, with what Ms. Bell was saying. So if they're only right some of the time, then they're what some of the time? Wrong some of the time, or they don't hold all the time, which means they can have exceptions. And that doesn't mean necessarily that they become a bad argument. If you start piling up a lot of exceptions, then yeah, right, it turns into a bad argument. But if we make a generalization like, if somebody studies for the class, they will probably do well in the class. Could there be exceptions? Can you think of cases where somebody might actually study well for the class, but that doesn't necessarily lead to them doing well? What could be some exceptions? Yeah.
They could they could study well, but they could cram it into a certain amount of time. Like they would assume that they study well.
Yeah. They could be mistaken about whether they are studying well. Maybe they have test anxiety. They show up to the test and suddenly they choke. That happens to some students, unfortunately. I've actually I remember when I was first teaching here, I had a guy who took the class with me several times, and each time that he would take it, he would do worse. And I was really surprised, and it turned out, what was the problem? He had a problem taking tests. So once we actually put him in a separate room and gave him all the time he needed, he knew all the stuff. It was like the pressure of, got to get this done in 50 minutes. So that there can be exceptions to them. Now there's a lot of different types of inductive arguments, and we've looked at some of them so far. What we're going to look at in this chapter are a few of those, and we're going to look at them more carefully. So this is all stuff to keep in mind as we're going through this. And your book starts out talking about two closely related ways of arguing, inductive arguments. So if you're thinking about general, what's the opposite of general? It's specific, right? We have a general rule that applies to specific cases. Each of you must take the final exam if you want to pass the class. You know, again, there could be some exceptions, right? Oh, you know, my child was terribly sick and I couldn't come to class. Well, that may happen with some people. Not any of you who don't have children, of course, but your specific case is an instance of a general rule. And we can talk about going from the general to the specific. We reason this way, don't we? If you study for the class, you'll probably do well in the class. You actually do study for the class. You're one of those students. Therefore, you will probably do well. You're going from a general rule to a specific case. Well, if you can do that, you can also go from specifics to something more general, can't you? Think about, for example, how do you know? How did you actually come to the conclusion that generally students who study for a class do well in the class? Did you look at every single student in the world? I mean, could you? I can't, unless you were God, you know, or some sort of super alien monitoring being. What did you go by? How did you come to that conclusion then? Because it is a right conclusion, isn't it? Where did the force of that come from?
A lot of teachers tell you that if you study, then you do well.
Okay, so yeah, and actually that would be more of a argument from authority, not a fallacious argument from authority, because presumably teachers know something about teaching and education, right? So you could have an appeal to authority in there. What else, though? I'm sure that you didn't just rely on your teachers telling you, hey, here's how the way it goes, because your teachers tell you a lot of things that you don't believe, right?
Common sense, experience.
Okay, common sense. Now, where did that common sense come from? You weren't just born with it. How did you acquire what we call common sense with respect to this? What's that?
Learning from other people and their experience.
Ah, there's the key word, experience, right? And you're actually bringing up, I mean, what I was actually looking for was, well, you know, you watch other people, you see how they do. But it's also important that you learn from other people's specific experience. If all you've got to go by is your own personal experience, that doesn't cover an awful lot, does it? And the sign of an intelligent person is being able to benefit from not only their own experiences, their own successes, their own mistakes, but especially being able to derive benefit from other people's experiences and their successes and their mistakes. As a matter of fact, being successful in life is, in large part, not making the same mistakes as you see other people making, isn't it? You know, if you need to make the same mistake as somebody else before you believe that it's a mistake, your life is going to have a lot of road bumps, you know, along the way, isn't it? Or a lot of detours. So yeah, you're right. We have experiences, and then those are specific, aren't they? Let's say I watch all of you students. I'm a student in the class with you, and Mr. Weston studies, he does well. Ms. Richardson studies, she does well. And we go on all the way down, and then I look at some students and they don't study and they don't do well. Those are all specific cases, and I'm putting them all together and coming up with some sort of general rule, right? Some general conclusion. Now, there are special names for these. Your book gives you what it calls the inductive syllogism. And you've seen this word syllogism before in some of those handouts that I've given you. Syllogism is a type of argument. It's putting things together. The book talks about this on page 347. We're going to talk about that today, and then we're not going to talk about it afterwards, because we're more interested in the specific to the general. And your book calls this inductive generalization. Often we call this an inductive enumeration. Sometimes they switch the words and they call it an enumerative induction. And when you see that word, you know, enumerative or enumeration, what's the core of that word? Number, right? You're counting things up. And so numbers are involved, or statistics are involved, and we're going to talk a little bit about how to be a little bit more savvy with statistics. But so we're comparing and contrasting these two. Let's say we do it pictorially. In both cases, we have a group. And you're used to dealing with countless groups, right? You guys are a group right now. You're in my class. Bless you. You're part of a much larger group, Fayetteville State University students, right? We can split you into other groups. We can talk about the women in the class and the men in the class. We can talk about the 3 people in the class who arguably, if we want to count, the current BDUs as green, say people wearing green as opposed to everybody who's not. Or we could actually split it into those who are wearing white, so 1, 2, 3, and we have 3 wearing black, 2 wearing gray, and then we'll put the other, 3 wearing gray, and we'll put the other 2 in just a other class, right? What have we done there? We've broken things down into groups, and you can take groups and split them into other groups, and you can put them together in bigger groups. Now, some groups you actually know a lot about. We know a lot about FSU students. Why is that? How do we know so much about you as a group? We actually know a lot about you individually, more than you'd probably want us to know. I've gone into Banner sometimes when students say, yeah, I can't understand why I'm doing bad in your class. I get all A's in my class, and sometimes I'll go in and look and, no, they're not. How do we know so much about you? Well, we have all sorts of data because you decided to enroll here, so you gave us a lot of information. So think about all the things that were required when you filled out your financial aid statements. What did they ask you about? What sort of characteristics or qualities? Your name, of course, so you get the financial aid, not somebody else. What else?
Sex, marital status.
Yeah, so
Children.
we know how many women there are as opposed to men. We know how many of our students are married as opposed to unmarried, or did they ask a divorce or something like that on there? How many children? What else did they ask you about?
Income.
We know about income levels of our students from
Income
them.
of your parents' income if you're young enough.
What else? There's more than that.
Um,
We know race, right? We know, not from the FAFSA forms, we know what your entering GPA was. We know what your SAT scores were on average. We can do all sorts of correlations. We can figure out...
where you went to high school.
That's true, yeah. We can figure out how many of our students are out of state as opposed to in-state, which counties in-state they came from. We have a lot of data on you. And so if we know something about the entire group, we can know something fairly well, fairly predictively, about the smaller part of the group. And so what we're doing with inductive syllogism is we're going from the larger group to talking about the smaller group. So let's think, for example, about sex and race, because those are the 2 statistics I actually know much about here at FSU. I don't know how many of you are foreign or from other states or from other counties, because I've never looked at that data. But let's ask, first of all, how many of you actually know what the proportion of men to women is here at FSU? Any of you know it? Okay, so this is good. Let's do a guessing kind of game. Look around at this classroom. Would you say, and you all have to vote, would you say that this classroom is pretty representative of the proportion of men to women on FSU campus? Or would you say that it's not? So how many say yes? About, well, a little more than half the class. How many of you say no? Okay. So let's count it up. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 women, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men. Actually, that's perfect. You know why? The proportion of women to men students here at FSU is 2 to 1. It's 66% female. which actually works out really well for the guys on campus, doesn't it? Because they have a lot more girls, you know, or women and you know, possible mates, right? I don't know if that actually does translate to work out better for them. But yeah, this classroom is representative. A lot of times they're not. I don't know what it is about critical thinking classes, but very often they're not. So if we knew that 66% of FSU students are women, we could make a prediction about this classroom. We could also do it about the class down the hall. And we could go in there and we could say, yeah, most likely, right, because it's inductive, most likely, because the group is this way, the parts are going to be that way. Do you think we could do that for every major? Once we start getting students in the majors, do you think there's some majors that are more male-dominated and some that are more female-dominated?
Yes.
Which ones do you think are more male-dominated?
Sports.
Sports medicine. That's interesting. I never thought of that one. We could, yeah, that would be good to check out. What else? What else do you think might be? What's that?
They have more what? Men?
Yeah. Because actually think about it, you know, in order to have more men, they'd really have to have a lot
Math
more men.
majors are more meaning.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be the case.
Computer science?
Computer science might be the case too, yeah. What do you think?
Well, it's not really major, but
What's that?
the military.
Oh, ROTC. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know, Mr. Crawford? Are there more male students than female students?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's probably a good inference. But notice what we have to do if we want to know whether this is accurate. We've got to ask somebody who actually does know about that group, don't we? Although I suppose if we really want to know, we should probably go to talk to the heads, right?
Biology probably more men.
I don't know. I wonder about that. Which do you think have more women?
The arts.
Nursing.
Maybe. Yeah, nursing might. Although I know a lot of male nursing students.
Psychology.
Could be, yeah. I mean, actually, if you think about it, with 66% women, there should be at least some that are definitely, you know, majority women. Now, what about race? Let's look around this classroom and let's see if we think that this is probably typical proportions for FSU. How many of you say that this is a representative classroom?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, raise your hands so I can see. Okay, how many of you think that this is not a representative classroom? So the majority think not. The proportions at FSU are about 70% African American, about 15% white, and then everything else is about another 15%. I don't know, this classroom looks about accurate. Perhaps a higher proportion of white students than we would expect, and a smaller proportion of everybody else than we would expect. Because we don't, as far as I know, unless some of you are multiple race, is there anybody here who's Asian?
Partially.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Then we're starting to fill it out. Anybody who's Native American? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Actually, we're very close then to the normal FSU proportion. So you guys are a fairly representative class. I'll tell you one way you're not a fairly representative class. You're an 8 o'clock class, right? And what do we know about 8 o'clock classes? Not so much from looking at the whole of the university, but from our experience. What's that? No, go ahead. Ah, okay. What do we know about students in 8 o'clock classes?
There's not a lot of people.
What's that?
There's not a lot of people.
There's not a lot of people. There's less 8 o'clock classes than there are others. But you notice this class is just as full as any other class. So what else do we know about 8 o'clock classes?
They're more likely to pass.
They are more likely to pass. And that's an interesting feature, isn't it? Why do you think 8 o'clock class students are more likely to pass than the students next hour, just next hour, in the 9 o'clock classes? Yeah.
Because usually like the ones that are like striving usually get their classes in early because they like.
There's something, yeah, there's something about somebody who's willing to get up a bit earlier and be ready for an 8 o'clock class, they tend to do better because that correlates to being willing to put in the effort to study and to stay on track with the work and all of that. Actually, you guys show up on time more than any of my other classes. The 8 o'clock class, which you'd think about it, would be the one class where people would be like running late. You know, they got to get going in the morning. This is the class where almost everybody's on time. My other classes, I would say that 1/3 of the class does not routinely show up on time. They'll show up 5 to 20 minutes late. Now, if you're doing that, can you be doing well in the class? Probably not. Now, we could do a study, and if we did a whole study, then we might be able to generalize about that. And then we might also be able to draw some conclusions and say, well, you know, if you want to do better, start, you know, going to 8 o'clock classes. You'll be part of a group that tends to do better. Now, on the other side, so we can, if we know something all about an entire group, we can generalize about the parts. What about the cases that are much more common? Do we usually know all about a group? We don't, you know, we know about FSU students, but do we know about students everywhere? I mean, there's probably data on everybody, but I don't know anybody who's compiled all that data. We do know actually quite a few things about American citizens in general, don't we? Because the census, it doesn't catch everybody, of course, because not everybody will fill out their census forms. And sometimes they send the interviewers, and sometimes the interviewers can't even make heads or tails of what the people are telling them. Or people lie, right? You know, they got 12 people living in their house, and they don't want anyone to know because it violates the code, so they say they only have 2 people. But for the most part, we do know about that. What are some areas where you don't really know? And if you had to get data on people, you would have a hard time doing it. But you would still like to be able to make generalizations. How about crime? Crime. Do we have, think about some of the problems with crime. Can we possibly have perfectly accurate numbers? Why not? Some of you are CJ majors, right? What's that? Some don't get caught, right? Some, what's that? Yeah, so there's the issue of whether it's reported to begin with. And successful criminals, what makes them successful is not actually getting caught. So if we wanted to generalize about the criminals that we know are criminals, we would probably go to what, prisons? Or we would go to parole programs, you know, halfway houses. But then we'd only be looking at the ones who actually typically get caught. Now, you know, maybe it's the case that everybody gets caught after a while, but how would we actually know that? We can't look at them as an entire class like this. We can talk about the class that we do know, prisoners who've been caught and have been sentenced and went to prison. But if we want to generalize about things that we don't fully know about, what do? We go by a part of the group, and we say, well, we know something about this portion of the group. Now we're going to expand it to the entire group. And here it gets a little bit tricky, doesn't it? Because, and this is what we're going to talk about next time, how do you know that this is representative? Or how do you know that this is a large enough sample? Well, you can know in some cases. And we're going to talk about that. But in a lot of our cases, are they? I mean, we make a lot of, what's that? Assumptions, yeah. Or we come to snap decisions. Think about the mechanics of what we've talked about in the past, stereotyping. You get to meet, who should we pick on today? What group do you want to pick on?
President.
Okay, so presidents. Very small group. We're going to pick on presidents. So all of you have lived through. All of you have lived through about 4 or 5 presidents, right? Or maybe 3 or 4, because we've had a lot of 2-termers. So we've got Barack Obama, we've got George W. Bush, Bill Clinton. Who here was born, let's see, Clinton was elected in 92. Who here was born after 92? Okay, so you only have 3 presidents. And those of us who are longer, the first president I remember was Jimmy Carter. But I was actually born when Nixon was president.
Gerald Ford, right?
Gerald Ford lost to Jimmy Carter.
But he was president before.
Before him, yeah. And
You should
then
remember him.
I don't remember him because what I remember is Jimmy Carter beating him because I was only 6 years old at the time. Well, you probably have a better memory than me. Things are very hazy for me. We're going to pick on presidents. Yeah, actually, if you only have those 3 presidents to judge by, you might have some pretty skewed views about what presidents are like, what political campaigns are like. If you're only judging from that small sliver that you get to see, that might not be that representative of this larger group. You want to make sure that that small sliver that you're actually selecting does adequately represent it. How would that group of 3 presidents be non-representative of presidents before them?
2 out of 3,
Now, how would that group be non-representative of presidents before them? When you think about race to begin with, right? There weren't any black presidents before Barack Obama, right? So the mere fact of containing a black member already makes it something that you couldn't, think back and say, well, I bet you, 1 out of 3 of our presidents beforehand were African American, could you?
Lincoln was.
Lincoln was African American?
I think he was part, yeah.
That, I'd have to see some evidence for that. But even still, how many presidents beforehand, the proportion would still be different. How else are they different? Did Clinton come from a rich family? No. Barack Obama didn't come from a rich family. George Bush did, right? His father, George H.W. Bush, was a Texas oil guy who actually came from the Northeast originally and then picked up a Texas accent. So 2 out of 3 came from humble beginnings. Can you really say that about the majority of presidents in our past? I don't think so. 2 out of 3 are Democrats, 1 is a Republican. Is that the case? I don't know. We'd have to think about that one. That one actually might be closer to being representative. Let's think about some other things. Where else do we poll people? Where else do we make generalizations based on only looking at a small sample that you can think of? Where do you do it? Because you do it. Guaranteed. Where do you engage in inductive enumeration? How did you decide to come here? Or how did you decide to go to college? Maybe some of you just sort of, well, your parents said you got to go. You're going to college, right? That's the case. How did you decide to go to college? What motivated your thought about that? Yeah.
I was taught that most people who go to college are successful.
Okay. So how do we know that? Have we actually looked at all successful people, or even most successful people? We look at a small proportion, and then we say, I want to be like that. What characteristics do those people have? And we generalize from that part. But even guys who've written books like that, 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, you guys are familiar with. If you're not familiar with that book, you probably should get familiar with that book, because that's a good book, and that guy turns out to be right. Those are habits of highly successful people. But did he look at everybody? He looked at a small portion, and then he generalized. Most of the studies that we do scientifically, do we test them on everybody? We actually only look at a very small group. How many of you are familiar? Here's an example of a study that's been way overused. How many of you are familiar with what's called the Milgram prison experiment? Any of you? Does this ring a bell?
Is that where they had one group of students be the guards and then the
Yeah.
other be the prisoners?
Is this starting to ring a bell now? They had one group of students, college students, I believe from Yale, and they created a make-believe prison, and they assigned roles to them. Some of them were the prisoners, and some of them were the guards. This was decades ago, and it's still being talked about today. How did it turn out?
They had us end it early, like 2 weeks early, right? Because
Yeah.
people were getting out of control.
They ended it after less than a week, actually. And who got out of control?
The guards.
Yeah. The guards severely abused their power, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse. And the experimenters were watching this, and at a certain point they said, "Oh, we got to pull the plug." And now this has been used to argue that, well, you know, power really does corrupt, and if you let people have authority over other people, they're definitely going to do that. They were generalizing about everybody. But, you know, I'm very suspicious of reasoning from these sorts of things, because do you think college students in general are actually representative of the majority of, just say, Americans? Yeah, I mean, college students are actually still in formation, aren't they? They haven't actually figured it all out. They don't know exactly where they are, and some of them don't have a moral compass yet, and probably will, you know, later on. So, giving a bunch of college students, now imagine your fellow college students, imagine you're in this prison experiment, and you get to be a guard, or you get to be a prisoner. Would you actually trust your fellow college students with that sort of power?
No.
Would you trust other people? Maybe. Exactly. Because hopefully, with age comes some degree of judgment and experience, and maybe we would give it to all the older college students, right? No? Well, there's a lot of scientific, in the broad sense, experiments that people do in psychology, in economics, and social work, and they'll do it on a very, very small set. And they'll say, well, this proves that, and they're talking about an entire group. I just saw an interesting one in the Wall Street Journal that I'm writing about in my blog next week, where they talked about addiction, and they were looking at brain states, right? They map the brain, and they have people rewarded with the sort of things that they like, and then they have them think about it. And what they did is they took people who have food addictions, or just are at least intemperate with respect to food, and then they took people who are addicted to alcohol or cocaine or things like that. And what was kind of interesting is, you know, the same parts of the brain are being activated, and they're being activated whether they're enjoying the thing or whether they're just thinking about enjoying the thing. So what does this show us? That it shows us that, you know, maybe there's some sort of connection, even a physiological connection, between different types of addiction, right? The problem was, as somebody pointed out in the article, who did they actually test this on? Something like 40 women. Now, then the experiment starts to seem a little bit less generalizable. Maybe it has to do with women's brains and not so much with men's brains. I mean, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying we don't really know until we start experimenting on men in the same way. Maybe the physiology of female addiction is different than the physiology of male addiction. We don't know until we actually start doing better data. I would like to see hundreds of people's brains being examined, and not just from one area, but from all over, you know, the world, if we were going to do this sort of thing and make generalizations. That would be a larger sample, as we call it, wouldn't it? They do this with other scientific things. When they test drugs, do they test them on everybody? You don't want to. Why not?
Because something go wrong.
Yeah, something goes wrong. Imagine. For example, there's a new drug out there to, let's pick something that it's going to work on something that's non-fatal, like arthritis, right? It's going to take care of arthritis. But let's say that, as it turns out, the drug kills 90% of the people that actually take it. Well, you would want to know that before you actually put it out there for general sampling, right? And let's say that they tried it on animals and there's something weird about our physiology. It doesn't interact with the animals, but it will kill 90% of the people. Well, then you really want to test it on a very, very small amount of people, don't you? Instead of releasing it to the general public and having them try it out. Now, what's interesting is You carry out this kind of reasoning all the time. Everybody around you does too. And it's not whether you do it or not, it's a question of whether we do it well. So that's part of what we're trying to focus on here is, what are the conditions for doing it well? With this one, it's pretty easy to say, isn't it? You actually have to know something about that whole group. So if you don't have accurate information about that whole group, let's say, for example, let's use stereotyping again. Let's say you only think that you know about an entire group. Again, let's say presidents. You know, what might be some funny ideas that people have about presidents that probably wouldn't apply to them, but somebody might get that idea. Think about what like a 6-year-old might make of the presidency right now. They might say, well, you got to be skinny to be president. And Barack Obama's skinny, right? Well, is that true?
To be a man, to be a president.
Yeah, that's a good example. All of the sometimes we generalize. We take the group and then we push it off into the future. And what we're actually doing there, we think that we're working with this kind of reasoning. We're really working with this kind of reasoning. I mean, let's say the American Republic will be around for another 200, 300 years, right? We're going to have a lot of presidents. Have we actually observed all of them up to this point?
No.
We've maybe observed half of them, and they've all been men so far, but maybe that's not likely to continue as a trend.
So that would be an enumeration instead of a syllogism?
Yeah, that would be, because you're going from a part that you've actually been able to observe to the whole. If you've actually got information about the whole group and then you're generalizing about a part, then you're doing this inductive syllogism. So if you know all about, let's say you go and you get the statistics on, let's not use FSU students, let's talk about people who shop at Walmart. You know, Walmart presumably gathers information on the people who shop there, like what their preferences are, what they actually buy. That's why you have those UPC codes. That's so they can gather data. As a matter of fact, I don't know if any of you have these sort of things, like you know, the Harris Teeter one, and the Food Lion one. What else have I got? They get a lot of information on me. CVS, IGA, I have some library ones. Now all of these allow, Panera Bread, all these allow people to, every time they get scanned, they're gathering information on me as part of a group. Let's say everybody actually has one of these sorts of things. Then they would be able to gather information about the entire group. And when they see me walking in, they could say, well, we know that 95% of our patrons want this. Let's put that right in front of him. People make decisions based on these kinds of reasoning. We've done that at FSU with education. Here's a great example. How many of you are freshmen this year? Oh, a lot of you. Okay. How many withdrawals do you get? Total. 5. You get 5. Now, why did we come up with that? The previous students, they got grandfathered. They get as many withdrawals as they want. You guys are kind of unfairly put upon that way. Why did we come up with it? Was it just to screw with you? To add more burdens on you freshmen? We wanted to stick it to you, let you know who's boss. Is that what was going on? See some of you nodding and some of you shaking your heads. Well, why did we do it? Maybe we just did it on a whim. We said, what should we do? We need something different for the freshmen this year. Something that will make them, say, we're a different class. I know, 5 withdrawals. That's it. That's all you can have. We didn't do that either. We based it on information that we had about FSU students and students in general. Students who had more than 5 withdrawals almost never complete their college. So that's why we put the cutoff there. 4 withdrawals, yeah, a lot of them do complete it. 5 withdrawals, there it gets to the borderline. After 6 withdrawals, almost none of them complete college. So we said, well, you can only have 5 withdrawals so that you're not going to fall within that group. And we based it on knowledge about not just your class, but previous classes, going all the way back. And we based it not just on college students here, but college students at other places. You guys are a tiny part of that. So we were doing that so we could generalize about you, and then we could do it about further classes that come along the way. All right, so next class we're gonna answer the question, how do we know if this is any good? What are the criteria for figuring out whether this is a good inference or not? Yeah. Okay, so last class we looked at inductive arguments, and we looked at two different ways you could go. You could go from the general to the specific, where you knew something about the group, like for instance FSU students, example of that. We know that the male to female ratio here at FSU is actually quite skewed. The college, or the university is, as far as students goes, 66% women. So if we look at any given class, and we did that in this class, and we found that this class actually fit the norm pretty well. Although I think some of the guys were absent that day, so it might not fit it quite so well right now. The other way that you can go, that we're going to look at more today, and we talked about a little bit at the start, was going from the specific to the general, which means that if you're looking at a group, right? With any given group, unless it's something that you already have really good data on, you haven't observed the entire group. As a matter of fact, with most things in the world, it's like this, isn't it? So think, for example, about those geese that you see on campus. Right? You guys have seen those coupled geese, and you don't want to get too close to them because they'll bite you if you do. Geese are pretty mean. Don't bring kids near them because the geese will go after the kids too. Well, there's probably 3 or 4 couples of geese on campus. And you've seen other geese in your time, right? Now, think about how small that portion is of geese in the world. I mean, nobody's ever seen all the geese in the world, right? Not even any other goose, because they're in different flights. But what can we do? We look at a portion of them, and then we can generalize. And this is what animal behavioralists do, isn't it? They generalize about what the other ones will act like. And with animals, this is not too hard to do, in part because one goose tends to be pretty much like another goose. They operate largely on instinct. And if one goose has a bill, another goose has a bill, there's certain what we call morphological characteristics. So you don't have to look at a million geese in order to know about how many geese do you think are in the world? Probably at least hundreds of millions, bless you, if not billions. Same thing with say the human form, right? Physically, you don't have to look at a million humans to know that humans generally have 2 eyes and 1 nose and 2 ears, and then that the ears tend to be on the side of the head and the eyes tend to be in the front of the head. Not all animals are like that too, by the way. Think about fish, right? Fish don't have ears that you can see, and where are their eyes? They're on the side of their head usually. Some might be a little bit closer to the front, but they don't have sort of predator stereoscopic vision that we do, right? Animals that have their eyes in the front of the head, this is where we could do some inductive enumeration. Think about animals that actually do have their eyes in the front of the head. What are they? Name some. There's us, right? What else?
Dogs.
Dogs do, yeah. What else? What's that? Tigers, yeah. Pretty much all cats do, don't they? What else? Actually, those are 2 huge families, the canine and the feline family. There are a lot of other things that are connected with them, like the bears and the wolverines and all those sort of things. Anything else you can think of? Any other animals that have their eyes in the front of their head?
Monkeys.
What's that?
Monkeys.
Monkeys, yeah. Actually, all the monkeys and apes do. What else? Think about non-mammals.
Snakes.
Snakes.
They're right in the front.
Yeah, I guess snakes actually do have they're kind of, compared to like say geckos or lizards, a lot of lizards, yeah. Actually some lizards do have their eyes kind of forward. What about birds? What birds have their eyes in the front of their head? Yeah. Birds of, what do we call those? Birds of prey. So now, do you notice a pattern here? With all these kind of animals? What do all these animals eat? Meat, yeah. And now they, you haven't actually observed all animals, but let's say you go to the zoo, right? And you're looking around there, you look at the tiger cage, you look at the monkey cage, you look at dogs, there's a cat wandering around, you look at that, you go to the eagle, whatever they call it, eyrie, and you notice, all of these animals that have eyes in the front of their head, and you start reading the placards because you're not sure what they eat, or you talk with the zookeeper, they all eat meat. You could actually start making an inference, couldn't you? What would your inference be?
If your eyes in front of your head, you eat meat.
What's that?
If your eyes in front of your head, you eat meat.
Yeah, and it's inductive because you don't know that for absolute certain. I mean, there could be some, well, think about a vegetarian, right? They're vegetarian human beings. And now think about animals that don't have their eyes on the side of their head. Think about horses. What's that?
I said horses.
Horses are a good example. What else? What other animals don't have their eyes on the side of their head? Cows, right? And bovines in general. Water buffaloes don't either. What else?
Dolphins, whales.
I don't know if dolphins do or not. Dolphins are definitely predatory, though. Actually, dolphins, we talked about this a little bit before. Scientists have actually found out that dolphins are sometimes sadistic and hurt other species just for fun. Isn't that terrible? They're cute, but mean. Well, yeah, you get the idea, right? You can look at a lot of other animals and say, well, if your eyes are on the sides of your head, you're probably a prey animal. Why are your eyes on the side of your head? So you almost have eyes, you heard that expression, eyes in the back of your head? Can't actually have that. But if your eyes are over here, you can see a much wider range of vision. You can see those predators coming. Why are ours in front? Because we, like cats, dogs, wolverines, we have to hunt other animals, and it helps to be able to have some depth perception, doesn't it? Plus, we have to, kill each other. We are one of the species with the highest rate of what they call intraspecies predation, which means that we prey on each other. Not in our civilized circumstances, right? But taken away, and sometimes we do. Lions do too. The majority of lions, apparently, that die, the majority of those deaths are at the hands of other lions. That's an awful lot to get from eyes in the front of your head or in the side of your head, isn't it? But the general idea is, if you have a group, if you have some sort of population, some sort of what we call a target population, and you are able to observe what we call a sample, and that sample meets certain characteristics, and we're going to talk about that in a moment, then you can generalize about some what we call a relevant property. Sometimes they call this a quality. The idea is it's some sort of characteristic that the things in that group have, and you're saying that there's a good chance that the target group also has this. This is what we call enumerative induction. And you've been doing this your entire life, haven't you? When you figured out things about human nature, who to trust, who not to trust, did you actually know all of the other human beings in the world? No, but you made generalizations about them, didn't you? When you figured out as a little baby, one of the first things you started to do after you cried and got changed and, you know, bonded with your mom and maybe your dad and, you know, whoever else. One of the first things you started doing once you had some motor control is putting everything you could in your mouth. And some things that worked out really good for, and some things that worked out really bad for, didn't it? You don't remember it, but those of you that have seen babies, you know, you've seen them put things in their mouth and they make a face and then they throw it away, and then other things they like, right? What that baby is actually doing is acquiring knowledge about things in the world. And that's working in large part by inductive enumeration. They're putting together a bunch of cases, and they're saying they can generalize from this sample to other things. I'll give you kind of a funny example. Maybe some of you can relate to this. When I was a kid, I had one of those dads who, you know, he worked really hard during the week, and then on the weekend, that was his time, and he was going to take it easy and lay around in the lawn chair, maybe watch football, or sit out on the deck or something like that. And one of the jobs of the kids was to do what? To bring him a beer, right? And I learned a few things actually about that. I mean, one of the things I learned is don't shake up the beer, because what happens then? Yeah, it shoots up in his face. And you could, you know, you don't have to do this an awful lot, but most kids will do it more than once. And they're building knowledge about the world, and actually knowledge if their dads are scientifically inclined about carbonation. Maybe knowledge if their dads are angry dad about what happens when you shake up dad's beer, right? But I would take a sip sometimes, because I noticed he really liked it. Yeah, I noticed you making a face. What does beer taste like? Especially to a kid. It tastes like crap. It's very bitter. That's why it doesn't taste good.
What tastes bitter?
Kids like sweet things, you know. Actually, your taste buds, what scientists tell us is your taste buds are not fully developed when you're a child. They're much more geared towards the sweet, and they don't really like the bitter, the salty, that sort of thing. As you get older, that changes, especially for men, towards liking bitter and salty things. Now, you take, you know, several sips, and then you generalize beer tastes bad. What are you generalizing about? You're not just generalizing about that single beer or that beer in the refrigerator. You are generalizing about all beer, aren't you? And then when you get older, you know, and you go to college and you're at a party and, you know, somebody hands you a beer and you take a sip and you say, well, this isn't that bad. Actually, your taste buds have changed. And you say, yeah, I kind of like this, you know. And then when you discover the whole world of beers and you realize that American beers are all pretty much, you know, one kind, except for microbrews, and then you realize there's all these other kinds, then you widen your realm of experience, don't you? And you figure out, you know, if you're a person who likes that, or you could think about other things that you like to eat or drink. You develop, eventually, through this sampling, you develop knowledge about a given realm of products. If you realize that you like whiskey, I don't like whiskey myself. I've tried to learn to like it, and a lot of my relatives really like it, and they're kind of connoisseurs. I never picked up a taste for it. But those who are connoisseurs, they know which brands they like. How do they know that? Well, they tried that brand. You know, and they keep on trying it, so presumably the brand is going to taste more or less the same. Right? You know this with foods that you like. You know, how many pizzas do you think you've eaten in your lifetime? Just take a guess. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start. I know I've eaten at least 1,000. It's got to be more than that, though. I won't bet.
Talking about individual pizzas, or
yes, individual pizzas, not slices.
Different kinds.
Individual pizzas. Each individual instance. See, that's a good question, because what are we measuring here? Each individual portion of the sample is what we're looking at. And then we're generalizing about the larger class. And notice it's always inductive, because you could eat 1,000 pizzas from, say, Domino's, right? And Domino's tastes good, and then you get that one day where the new guy was making the pizza and he totally screwed it up, and the driver was late, so it's cold by the time that it gets to you, and it doesn't taste good. An inductive generalization could have exceptions. It's not saying that it's 100% guaranteed. But the more that you sample, the more you should be able to generalize, the more accurately you should be able to say, yes, this is going to be good, this is going to be bad. You can do this about other things as well. Think about opinion polls. We just had an election a little while ago, right? 2010. And what were they running all over the place before that? Who are people going to vote for? Now, how do they make those predictions? Think about those not the ads, but you know, the print ones that you see. What sort of information is conveyed in there? What do they tell you?
Parties.
Okay, they're indexed by parties. Now, what information do they actually give you about it?
Their stances and.
Well, not if they're doing polls. The percentage of people who, if they're doing projecting polls, they're saying the percentage of people who say they're going to vote for a particular party, they're future-oriented. So if they do it in North Carolina and they find that 55% of the people say they're going to vote Democrat, 40% of the people say they're going to vote Republican, 5% just don't know one way or the other. That's some information, isn't it? And that's information about that large target population. Now, here's another thing to think about. Have they actually observed this whole target population? No, a large portion of it they have not observed in any way. They haven't polled them. So what did they do? What's some other information that you see in those blurbs in papers and in magazines on the internet? Yeah, sometimes they do. That can be interesting information. But in order for you to tell whether it's a good poll or not, there's some information that they have to provide you.
How many were there?
Exactly. How many people did they actually ask? If they say, we only asked 5 people walking down the street, what their political opinions were, who they were going to vote for, that's not a very good poll at all. You can't have any pretense of being scientific with that. You can find 5 people to say just about anything, can't you? If you look hard enough. Now, if they poll 1,000 people, that's not bad. That's probably still not enough to be really conclusive. You notice they talk about a margin of error, 5% margin of error with 1,000 people. What they're doing is they're observing some small group, and then they're going to generalize from that. So, would it be better if they polled 10,000 people? That's probably going to be a lot more accurate in that case, isn't it? And we'll come back to this example in a few minutes. Let's think about some other examples just to get this idea in our mind. Think about products now. How do they know that there aren't rats in your cans of tomatoes? Or that, when you open up a package of underwear every once in a while, you see that little sticker that says inspected by number so-and-so? How do they actually know that the products are any good? Do they actually look at every single one of them as they come off the line? They do random samples, exactly. With grocery goods, often what they'll do is they'll be in a big warehouse and they'll say, all right, that box, that box, that box. And they're doing it fairly randomly. They'll take those boxes out, they'll open them up, they'll open up each can, and they'll see whether there's anything that's not supposed to be in there. And if there is, then, red flag goes up, and then they start looking a little bit more carefully. But if there isn't, then what do they conclude? They conclude that about the entire target, don't they? Yeah. And it may not be the case, The amount that we actually do sample when it comes to products is pretty low. We do this with security things as well, to do security checks, catch everything. Not everything. I mean, I worked in a maximum security prison, and we had some pretty good security procedures in place. You'd go through the front gate, and you went through an X-ray machine. You had to take everything out of your pockets. You got patted down. Sometimes they would have sniffers there, chemical sniffers to see if you had any drug residue on you. And every once in a while, randomly, they would pull people out of the line and they would get a more extensive search. Not quite a strip search in the case of us professors, but pretty close. And they did this for the guards too. All the guards would have to go through the front gate as well. There was still trafficking though. It didn't actually block all of it. And guaranteed some of that actually got through the front gate. Those security procedures weren't perfect. Now think about when we say, yeah, our shipping is pretty secure. You know those huge shipping containers that you see? How many of them do you think they search? What proportion? We're supposed to search them, right? We're supposed to at least say that they're safe. They don't have any, nuclear material in them, or, 50, Chinese people being brought over here and sold as slaves, which happens.
They probably check less than 5%.
You're right. They do check less than 5%. They check less than 2%. As far as the stats that I've seen, that's probably not enough to tell. Now this brings up an important point. How can you tell whether your sample is good enough? There's really two things that go into this. I know that your book talks about 3 criteria, but they really boil down to 2 main criteria. If you look on page, there we go. Look on page 351. It talks about size, diversity, and bias. Now, size is key. The amount that you're actually looking at is really important. And the diversity and the bias, we could put those under one main rubric of whether it is representative. How big does a sample have to be in order to be a good sample? That really varies, doesn't it? Again, let's think about geese. How many geese do you think you need to go around and take a look at or dissect or observe before you know quite a lot about geese? Probably not that many, right? I mean, it will get better over time, and you'll see some strange anomalies every once in a while, because animals are not just machines. But animals like geese are pretty straightforward. You've seen one goose, you've seen most of them. In your high school biology class, do they make you guys dissect animals? No? Some places they now have this computer thing. They do the computer dissection instead. How many do they have you dissect? 3?
Same animal or a different one?
Well, let's pick a same animal. Did you guys dissect pigs?
No, we did frogs.
We did pigs. Frogs? Okay, we did frogs, pigs, and I think worms. And the worm, there really isn't much to it.
But it's like 4 people to a group.
Okay, yeah, we I guess we were better supplied. We had 2 people to a group. It was really gross. I have a strong sense of smell, so formaldehyde really got to me. But now, here, why do I bring this up? Think about this. If animal morphology was really fundamentally different from one pig to the next, they would have you do a bunch of them if they're going to teach you about it. But they don't need to, because one pig's liver is more or less like another pig's liver. The bones tend to be in the same place. Those are physical characteristics. Your sample doesn't have to be very big in that case. Now think, for example, about psychological characteristics. Think about human beings. Think about voting behavior and political preferences. You can't just look at 5 people if you want to talk about a whole state. Even 100 people isn't very much, is it? You want it to be a larger sample. And why? Because human beings, when it comes to psychological things, are all over the map. Another textbook actually had a great example. They said, if you want to know something about the distribution of human beings of one race or another in a given area, you don't have to have that big of a sample. But Let's say you want to know something about the sexual practices and preferences of Hispanics between ages 18 and 35. Right? That's pretty specific. Why do you need a large sample? Because when it comes to sexual preferences and behavior, human beings are all over the map, aren't they? And so if you pick a too small of a sample, you're probably not going to get a very good snapshot of where things are you? Think about all the crazy things that people are into, especially now that the internet's here, and everybody who's got some weird fetish can find support groups for it, right? Back when I was a kid, if you were into something really out there, you kept it to yourself, right? Because otherwise people would think you were a freak. Nowadays, I mean, you can just type in anything you like on Google, and the weirdest things in the world will pop up, right? And if you look at these, what you'll find is somebody will say, I'm into this, and I'm not going to try to come up with any examples because I'm filming this. Somebody will be into something really strange, and then there'll be somebody else saying, I'm into the same thing too. You're not weird. You're perfectly normal. It's the rest of the world that's all against it. Now, what that shows us is that when it comes to things like this, sexual behavior, think about buying habits, the things that people will buy, the crazy stuff, unpredictable. We have every product in the world you could possibly think of, just about. At least not in Fayetteville. You can go to New York and get it. That's only 12 hours away, and they've got just about anything you can possibly imagine. There's probably people working on things right now, putting together new combinations as we speak. So if you're going to try to predict something like that, you want to have a fairly good sample size. I'll give you another example. Here at FSU, why do we do these assessments, like the CLA, to measure critical thinking abilities? Well, we want to see where our students are. We want to see if there's improvement. We want to see what the student body looks like. Can we do that if we don't have a large enough sample? We can't get good data if we don't have a large enough sample. Because what might happen? Well, these things are actually connected. Let's say we do the Rising Junior CLA and we don't make it mandatory. We make it voluntary. Who's going to show up and take it? Who will show up and take it? That's what I'm asking. Not who won't. Who will show up and take it? What kind of students? The dedicated students, right? Now, is that going to be that'll make us look good, won't it? Because the scores will be higher. But is that going to give us useful information about where our students really are and where we need to improve? Probably not. We actually want to get everybody that we can. Student evaluations, big problem with those. Those are also doing random sampling too, aren't they? Big problem with those. Once we went online with them, why are they a problem? You guys have done them. They put holds on your account. What sort of mood does that put you in? Ticks you off. That has to do with the representativeness of the sample. If you're already in a bad mood, you're probably going to score the teacher lower, aren't you? No? Well, you're conscientious, What else happens? I know some students have 7 classes, and they get a hold put on their account, and they need to fill out 7 evaluations, and each one of them has about 50 questions, doesn't it? What do students start doing?
Just click sign things.
Yeah, either they click all 5s or they click all 1s. Again, what that does is that really skews the sample. We're not getting a good representative sample because of the way we set things up. The other problem is we got better size, didn't we? Because we included everybody. But you know who we're including? Students who dropped the class. Should we be including them in the sample? Are they reliable judges of anything pertaining to the class?
Depends on how long they stay here.
Maybe, but they, when's the drop date? It's like midway through the semester, right? Maybe 10 weeks? So even there, they still don't have as much information as the other students.
If you got 10 weeks out of 16, they might,
say, for instance, they might
Yeah.
have dropped it to save their GPS.
Yeah, there could be exceptions like that. But for the most part, what's going to be the case? Well, the students who drop, usually in that case. Actually, what I'm doing there is I'm giving you an enumerative induction based on my experience. Most of the students who come to me with draw slips haven't been showing up. And they'll say, yeah, Dr. Sadler, I know I should have been showing up to class, and they get kind of bashful and all that. Would you mind signing this sheet? I'll say, okay. See you next semester. What are other ways in which things might be unrepresentative? Well, this notion of bias is important. Let's say we're doing political polling. Here's one that actually did come up. Not in the last election, but the election before it. When they do those phone surveys, who were they calling before? They've changed this a bit.
People in their own party.
Say again?
People in their own party.
That can be a problem sometimes, but that's not usually the case. Were they calling these?
Cell phone.
Yeah. Okay, now think about this. How many of you have a cell phone? Raise your hands if you do. Okay, now keep your hands up, those of you who have cell phones. And keep your hand up now if you have a landline in addition to a cell phone. That means you have a phone besides a cell phone at home. Okay, so only about 3/4 of you. And I'm guessing that's because most of you are in a dorm where you have a phone or not? Yeah. How many of you are going to have a landline when you get out? You're going to purchase an additional phone line when you're living on your own. One, two.
Sometimes, like, when cable people.
They bundle,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's one reason to do it. That's the reason I have a landline, but I haven't actually used my landline for over 2 years. Now, actually think about that. If they call my landline, I don't have a phone hooked up. I'm not going to be part of that sample, am I? So my views are not going to be represented. If they're only calling landlines and they're not calling cell phones, they're missing a good proportion of the voters. And who do you think they're missing more? Younger people or older people? Yeah.
Most of the older people have phones.
Yeah, older people generally don't have cell phones. That's introducing bias into the sample. It skews things towards one population and away from another. Another problem could be with what they're calling diversity. When you're doing a sample, you want to make sure that your sample actually adequately reflects the larger group. So if we were doing a sample about something that's not gender or race related directly, here at FSU, like let's say we wanted to know, let's pick something besides tuition because we've talked a lot about that. What's something that you guys are actually interested in and have some opinions about? Sports, okay. So the NFL players strike. Good thing or bad thing? Maybe the NFL players should quit screwing around and get back to work so we can be entertained, right? Let's say we do a poll. Now, if we were going to do a poll at FSU and we want to say we're being representative of FSU students, we would want that sample, the part that we do observe, to be representative of the whole. So then we would actually pay attention to things like gender. We would probably want that sample to include more women than men. If all we're doing is going around, we're asking the men, who are probably a little bit more interested in football than women. Although these days, I think it's that sort of gender gap has really changed in the last couple of generations. A lot of women are interested in NFL football. If we were only to ask the men, we would have a non-representative sample. It would lack diversity. Now, it might occur to you, well, I better go around and ask the guys because they're probably the most interested ones. But you would be thereby actually setting yourself up to have a bad sample. Do you have a question? Okay. What else? We would have to sort things out by race, by age, all those sorts of things. We would want it to be representative. This classroom might work for some of those. It probably wouldn't work for others because it's much more skewed towards the young end, isn't it? for FSU students. We do have a lot of older students. We just don't have an awful lot of them in 8 o'clock classes on Monday mornings. So these are key things that you have to look at when somebody is making an inductive argument. In order for you to decide whether it's a strong argument or a weak argument, you want to ask yourself, is that sample large enough? And there's no absolute rule for that. You have to use your common sense. You have to think this through. You know, what's going to work for physical things, where there's regular processes, the sample can be quite small. If it's psychological traits like voting behavior, or religious preferences, or sexual behavior and views about sexuality, there you're going to have to have a fairly large sample. And you also need that sample to be representative. And again, is there a hard and fast rule for determining this? You have to use your common sense. You have to think about this in order to determine whether a sample is really representative. Let me give you one good example. Let's say we're talking about weather. Right? Now the weather from day to day changes quite a bit, doesn't it? And actually it's very difficult to predict the weather. A lot of people get angry at weathermen because the weatherman will say, you know, it's going to rain today, and then it doesn't rain, and you've been carrying around the umbrella all day long. You know, start cursing out the weather person. But it's very difficult to predict it because there's a lot of factors involved. What about over the long run? Think about whether you can predict about average snowfall, or lack of it, or the amount of precipitation, or whether you're going to get a lot of wind or stuff like that from year to year to year. I mean, how many of you are from Fayetteville, or from, at least from this area? A few of you, okay. So in your experience, we do get snow. How many days of snow on average would you say we get a year?
A year, 5.
You think that much?
Not
5?
every year either.
Maybe
Some
5
years.
days.
Yeah, so I'm asking average.
Sun, snow,
Yeah.
I'd say about 5 days out of the year.
You talking about flurries or?
Talking about snow.
No,
I'm just saying snow. Okay, so let's say 5 days. So now let's say you guys have observed for the last 20 years that on average, 5 days of snow each year. Can you predict that next year, and that you're talking about something that you haven't observed yet, it's part of this target population, can you predict that it's likely that there'll be 5 days of snow the next year? Yeah, you can, because weather patterns are relatively similar. It may be off, but again, we're dealing with inductive arguments, right? So we're dealing with what's likely. Over time, that may change. We've been observing changes in the weather patterns, but people make business decisions based on these. That's one way that you can tell whether people think there's a good inductive argument there or not, if somebody's willing to put their money there. Think about wind farms now. You know, the weather patterns change, and winds change too, don't they? But can you actually predict where it would be profitable to put gigantic windmills that cost millions of dollars to put in place to generate electricity? You guys have seen them, haven't you? These huge wind farms. I think they're actually looking at doing some and some solar stuff in North Carolina. That's all based on enumerative induction. Predicting the weather is based on the past, and it's a projection about the future to come. And if it deals with profit, these people are thinking 20, 30 years down the line. They're making a big prediction. Why are they able to do that? Because if you look at enough weather reports from enough time, your sample has a significant enough size, and it's also representative enough.
You look like a weatherman.
Do I? It's going to be sunny. So these are all things to keep in mind. So these tell you what we're looking at for whether it's a strong or a weak inductive argument of this sort. Next class, we're looking at analogies, a new kind of inductive argument that you used in your life, but you haven't probably taken a close look at before.
In our last whiteboard quiz Friday, right?
All right, so we're talking about analogies, and we're using the example of dog, cat, puppy, kitten. There's a structural similarity, right? There's a connection between them. when we're talking about arguments from analogy, what you're doing, instead of going from large groups to members of the groups, or from members of the groups to the large group, you're talking about smaller entities. You're talking about maybe just a single person being compared to another person, or one group of people being compared to another group of people, or a historical event being compared to other historical events. So here's one example of an analogy. Recently the news came out that FlipCam is no longer going to be produced, right? So the very camera that we used to make all these class videos. Cisco Systems bought them up, decided that they weren't profitable, and they're closing the whole thing down. As a matter of fact, a lot of people just lost their jobs because of it. Something like, not quite 1,000, but close to it. And those were good jobs. Now, why is it going out of business? Or why is that part of Cisco being discontinued, the FlipCam? Does anyone know? Why would it go out of business? They just one day woke up and said, the hell with it.
Are not enough people buying them?
Yeah, there's sales are not doing very well. Why not?
Is there a better product out there?
Well, that's a good question. The better product is not another camera. What is it being replaced by?
Probably cell phones.
Exactly. It's being replaced by multi-purpose devices, they call them, like cell phones, because that FlipCam can only do one thing. It can take video, well, it can do several things. It can upload the video. But can it upload the video without plugging it into a computer? No, this can. You can go straight to YouTube from an iPhone. I imagine the rest of you who have other platforms can do the same, right? I don't know that much about them because I only know enough about the iPhone to make it do what I need it to do. I'm not an iPhone junkie. And that iPhone can do an awful lot of stuff. You notice I don't wear a watch. Same sort of deal. I don't need a watch because what's the point in looking like this when that's a one-function device. This is a multi-function device. I can always know what time it is provided the battery's charged. So if we think about FlipCam being discontinued, FlipCam being discontinued. Okay, so there's a case, right? And we know why it's being discontinued. It has to compete with a better device. And what's the ultimate result? It's taken off the market. Someday, that FlipCam, not too long from now, someday that's going to quit working altogether, like all technology does, and then it's going to be a museum piece, right? I mean, I could put it away and save it, for 50 years, and then my kids could probably sell it on whatever the equivalent of eBay is as an antique. Who knows what it'll be then? Maybe the chips in our head or stuff like that. Now, can you think of any other products that are similarly being displaced by smartphones? We talked about my watch, right? Yeah. What else?
Is it households, like landlines?
Yeah. That's a good example. I think there'll probably always be some landlines around, right? In case the cellular things go down. As a matter of fact, when I was thinking about canceling my landline, which I have, which I don't use, I only use it to bundle to get a cheaper internet rate. The person on the other end said, "What if there's a hurricane and the cell phone towers go down?" I said, "Okay, for $3 extra a month, I guess. There are hurricanes here, so I can do that." But yeah, maybe. Now that one we don't actually know about yet. So here's another case. Landline phones being discontinued. They do have to compete with a better device. That's true. And we haven't actually seen it happen yet, but maybe we can make a prediction that eventually they will be taken off the market. It'd be interesting, you know what that would mean? We would still have all this wiring all over the place, all this fiber optic wiring. What would we be using it for?
Start pulling it off the ground.
What's that?
Start pulling it out the ground and sell it.
Well, fiber optics you can't really sell for much. Copper you could, but we're not using copper anymore. We'd be using it for the internet. Right? Actually, the internet contributes to this because with Skype, you know, Skype is free. Somebody on the other end, they can see you. And if you just, you know, if you don't want them to see you, you can also, you know, adjust your Skype settings so that they only have like the equivalent of a landline, but you don't have to have the phone to your ear. You can do it from a speaker and a microphone. There are, in fact, a lot of better products out there. So we can probably predict that there will come a day when you won't be able to buy landline phones. Now, this is an analogy. We're saying that because these two cases share a lot of things in common, that they also share this thing in common. Notice, some of these are things we already know. We know that the flip cam is at risk because there's better products out there. We know that, you know, once the older generations actually die off, the ones who are really, really attached to having, you know, a phone, some of them even still have rotary phones, once those people are no longer in the market, it's going to be very apparent that there are much better products out there. In this case, this is what happened. We could think of other cases too. We could add that. Think back to other things that you remember from your childhood that we no longer use. They've become obsolete.
VCRs.
8-track, you weren't born when 8-tracks were around. I was a kid when 8-tracks were around.
Listening to one day.
Well, that was an antique by the time you were listening to it.
VCRs.
VCRs, okay, that's a good example. You remember the video stores that had all the VCR cassettes? And what replaced the DVDs? DVDs were a better product. Now DVDs are actually, you know, or if you're relying on DVDs, you're kind of at risk. Blockbuster went bankrupt, right? Why did they go bankrupt? Redbox and what else? There's Netflix, another red thing, right? Netflix, their business model of sending out these DVDs beat out Blockbuster. But actually, Netflix now is going more and more to what? What's that? They're going more and more to what? They do video games, sure,
Online,
but
you can watch your
for movies.
online.
Yeah, you just stream the movie.
That's what we
Why get a DVD when you can just watch the movie there? And more of them are getting uploaded into there.
It lowers their costs too. They don't all that stuff.
Very much, yeah. So that would be another example of something making something else obsolete. 8-tracks were made obsolete by cassettes, which were then made obsolete by CDs, which are being slowly made obsolete by MP3s, right? You know, why would you record a CD so you can carry it around and maybe put it in your car? But the newer cars, what do they have? MP3 players, yeah. Or yeah, some jack that you can use to sync it. And eventually, you know, these cars are going to be very, very smart. So we can think of a lot of cases like this. We could go even further back. To, you know, long before we were born, used to be elevators that actually had elevator operators. There'd be a guy in the elevator, and he would say, what floor? And you know, he would pull the lever and take you to that floor. And if he wasn't in there, you weren't going anywhere, right? Unless you knew how to operate the elevator. That's long gone. And why did it go? Well, a better product came out. What was the product? That panel full of buttons that you push a button and the elevator goes in.
Are there any milkmen anymore? Remember how you used to sit your
No, I don't think so.
milk be delivered every morning?
You know,
What would you? At my house, I remember. My next door neighbor was our milkman.
there might be, but if there were, they would be a luxury product. It wouldn't be something that everybody would have like back in the day. It used to be, my grandparents had milk delivered, coal delivered.
Eggs, butter.
Yeah, all these sorts of things. And that was just 3 generations ago. So, okay, so you see, we can make arguments from analogy of predicting what's going to happen in the future. The more cases we have to work with, the better our analogies are. There's some things that determine how strong your analogy is. And in order to understand that, I think it's very useful to look at the general structure of analogy. So, when you have an analogy, what are you doing? You have some sort of object or case, and you are trying to generalize or infer about some other object or case, right? So we'll call this one A and we'll call this one B. And you're saying they have some things in common. Otherwise, there's no point in bringing them up. You don't say dog is to spatula as kitten is to what? What's a baby spatula? I don't know. Right? Yeah. Maybe one of those really, really tiny ones, But maybe a dollhouse spatula. Barbie spatula. No, what you're saying is they have certain qualities in common. Call this quality X, quality Y, quality Z. They might only be 1. There might be 23. There's no magic number. 3 is not the magic number. But this thing over here, this one also has quality X. They share that in common. Like, think about the cell phone and the 8-track, right? Both were facing, or not the cell phone, the flip cam. They were facing pressure from better products, right? That's a quality. That's something they have in common. Being an adult animal, that's something that dogs and cats have in common, right? As opposed to puppies and kittens. Now you can have multiple qualities in common. And if you want a good analogy, actually you need for there to be more than one thing that they have in common. So, you know that they have these things in common. You also know more about this object. Let's call it quality Q. This thing has quality Q. What you're going to say in an analogy is that, well, because this one does, we're going to say that this also has quality Q. You don't actually know that it does, though, do you? Do we know the future of, what else did we predict? Landmines. Do we know the future of what it actually does hold for landmines? No. But we can make a pretty good guess, can't we? And we can make that good guess based on the similarity between cases. So this is one thing that we're looking at. How many qualities do they share in common? The more qualities they actually share in common, relevant qualities, right? The fact that 8-tracks were made of plastic, and the fact that flip cams are made of plastic, probably not relevant, right? Or the fact that 8-tracks were kind of rectangular, and flip cams are rectangular, again, probably not very relevant. But the fact that they were facing pressure from other technology, that's relevant, isn't it? The fact that the other technology could be manufactured more cheaply, that's relevant too, isn't it? The fact that the other technology was more flexible. These are all different qualities. So, when we're making predictions like this, we're relying on the structure of analogy. We do this with music recommendations. We do this with movie recommendations. Think of 2 movies that are kind of similar. Not sequels, by the way. Because, of course, sequels should be pretty similar to each other, right? What are 2 movies that are similar that you can think of?
Like the horror movies.
Okay, yeah, that's good. There's a genre called horror movies. Let's take zombie flicks, right? Because that's a special subgenre. So what are 2 recent zombie flicks? There was Zombieland. I saw that recently. It's pretty good. What else? What else is a new one?
Dawn of the Dead was.
Dawn of the Dead. That was which one was that now? Was that the George Romero one that had like John Leguizamo in it? And who was in that one? Do you remember offhand? Well, let's take those two. Okay, so if you like Dawn of the Dead, you'll like Zombieland, right? Why? Well, what qualities do they have in common? They've got zombies. They've got people trying to get away from zombies. If you're into blood and guts and gore and stuff like that, those movies have that sort of thing as well. Any other qualities you can think of that they have in common? Well, no, Dawn of the Dead was the one that had Ving Rhames in it, right? And Sarah Polley. Is that the one? Was it in a mall? That was in Milwaukee. I actually recognized some of the landmarks as they were driving through the city. Yeah, I like that one. But I like that one not because of anything they had in common, but because it was in Milwaukee. I'm from that area. So, if you watched one of them, and you liked it, that's quality Q, you liked it, then the other movie that has these characteristics, you're probably going to like that one as well. Same thing for restaurants. If you liked this Italian restaurant because they had a nice ambiance, and the staff was very attentive and courteous, and the food was outstanding, and you liked it, you enjoyed your time there, then this other Italian restaurant which has those qualities, you will probably, again, inductive reasoning, you will probably also like that one, right? So you carry out this kind of reasoning all the time. Now, what tells us how strong or how weak these are? Well, think about this issue of how many qualities. If they share more qualities in common, should it be stronger or weaker? It should be stronger, right? Yeah. So if you're trying to make a case of why somebody who likes this thing or doesn't like this thing should like or dislike this thing, you want to try to come up with as many reasons as possible. If you're trying to predict the future about a product, many of you are going to be doing this sort of stuff in your work, aren't you? You're going to be generalizing about somebody's cases. Any of you who are going into social sciences, education, nursing, business, any of that sort of stuff, you're going to use the structure of analogy. Because you're going to say, this person's case is like this person's case, and we did this thing in that case, therefore we should do this thing in this case. Legal reasoning works like this too, doesn't it? So, number of similar qualities. What else would influence how strong it is? What about something that's not on here? What might weaken it? Important differences. Yeah. Here's an example. A lot of people want, when the Iraq War began, and then it started to, accumulate casualties, a lot of people wanted to compare the Iraq War to the Vietnam War. Say, well, Vietnam, terrible war, a whole generation of young men lost, we kept throwing more and more resources into it, we kept spending blood and treasure on it. The same thing's going to happen with Iraq. Now, there are some similarities between the Iraq War and the Vietnam War, right? There's going to be some similarities between just about anything you pick, because, anything can be compared to anything. They are wars. The United States is involved. They weren't really that well planned. Vietnam we kind of got into by steps. The Iraq War, the beginning of it seemed to be very well planned. How about the occupation? Not so much, right? We were fighting against a guerrilla enemy. The insurgents are guerrillas. So, yeah, there's some real issues there. There's some connections. There's some similarities. Are there any dissimilarities? What's the terrain like in Iraq compared to Vietnam?
Desert.
Yeah, desert is a little bit different than jungle, isn't it? I mean, in the desert you can see a long ways off. Jungle, you really can't see much of anything. So that's an important difference. Now you might say, that's not that important because they're both doing a lot of fighting in cities. And fighting in cities is very close up. You can't keep track of what's going on very well. Are there any other differences? In the Vietnam War we relied very heavily on our technology. We're doing that in the Iraq War too, aren't we? Any differences about that technology though?
It's advanced.
It's incredibly advanced. I mean, we can pinpoint with GPS exactly where somebody is. You know, you've seen those images of the Vietnam War with the airstrikes, and they'd come through and they just like carpet bomb an entire area. We don't do that. We have these munitions that can go right down a chimney. You know, somebody can have a laser sight and point it at a target, and then the bomb will hit there. So that's a case where one of the similarities might actually turn out to be a dissimilarity, and that would actually weaken the argument. Can you think of any other examples? How is the armed forces that we have today, how are they, besides having, you know, higher tech, how are they different than the Vietnam era forces?
Well, it's more volunteer now.
It's not just more volunteer.
When it's all volunteer.
Yeah, you can't get in unless you volunteer. Back then we had the draft, and back then you couldn't get out unless you did something like, you know, you proved that you had, you know, only one kidney. They actually tried to draft my dad. My dad had a football injury. He had to walk with a cane. And they tried to draft the guy, and he went to the draft board, and the doctors, they were so big on taking people at that time. The doctors looked at him and said, "You're fine, you'll be okay." Now just imagine, you know, 70 pounds on your back with a bad leg, humping all around some foreign country. The only way he actually got out, my grandmother made it like her cause, and she started calling congressmen and senators and just raising hell. And he didn't have to go, thank God, because he'd have been dead the first week, right? Today's Army, today's Marines, today's Air Force, it's all volunteer, isn't it? You can't get in unless you actually decide to go in. As a matter of fact, there are people who are rejected. You know, it used to be back then, if, you know, one of the ways you could get out of going to jail,
Exactly.
go in the Marines. Actually, even go in the Army back then. A lot of times they don't take people with criminal records.
Not anymore.
Yeah, in part because they tend not to make very good soldiers or Marines. I'll actually tell you a funny story. This is kind of a digression, but I used to, when I was in high school, towards the end of my high school, I used to do a lot of endurance lifting at the Y, because that was the serious place to go lift weights. Some of the guys at the Y would actually do their real workout at the Y, and then they would go to Vic Tanny to try to pick up girls. You know, they do kind of a pretend workout, you know. But the real workout was at the Y, so we'd all talk and, you know, share a lot of stories. And this one guy, boy, he was huge. His arms were like this. And he had, you know, Marine tattoo the way a lot of Marines do. And so I was asking him about that. He said he was a Marine and he was in Vietnam. Turns out he was actually drafted into the Army. And he said, well, hell, if I'm going to be going to Vietnam, I may as well be a Marine. So he went and he joined the Marines instead. Well, you know, when you get drafted, you're in the system. And sooner or later, they start sending people to go look for you. So they sent some guys from the Army, some MPs, all the way onto a Marine base to pick this guy up. And he was in basic training at the time, or boot camp as the Marines call it. I'm ex-Army, so I'm used to Army lingo. And apparently what happened was these MPs came to the formation, and, you know, they're all out in front. A lot of you are you know, connected to the military in one way or another, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And they tried to arrest this guy. And one of the Marine drill sergeants said, all right, we're going to have a little contest. If you can beat me up, and there are two MPs with, you know, billy clubs. If you can beat me up, then you can take him. But if I beat you up, then you get the hell out of here, and we'll never see you again, and you take the guy off the record. So they had a fight, and this Marine drill sergeant just beat the living tar out of these two MPs, like, you know, hospital injuries. And they never bothered him again. Kind of an intro. I suppose it's not as funny of a story to you as it is to me. I get a kick out of that sort of thing. And actually, you know, I'm ex-Army, so I should be rooting for the Army guys against the Marines. But yeah, this sort of illustrates what was going on during the Vietnam War. If they wanted you, they were taking you. Now, what did that do for morale? What was the morale of the soldiers like? Pretty low, wasn't it? What about today's Army? Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of support services in place. But we're still getting guys that are coming back, actually men and women, now because, you know, we've put women in combat areas. We have a lot of people that are coming back with post-traumatic stress disorder and having trouble integrating into society, but nothing like the Vietnam War. So those would be differences. And if you really wanted to tell whether it's a good argument or not, you would actually have to tally up not just the things they share in common, but the things where they're different, wouldn't you? Another thing to keep in mind, here we only have two things being compared. What if you actually have not just object A being compared to object B, but a whole bunch of other objects going back, more cases? Would that strengthen your argument or would that weaken it? Really? Would it weaken it?
More support.
It's giving more support, isn't it? The more cases that you have where if these things have these three qualities, then they probably have this one.
I hope they didn't have any qualities, it was just cases without the qualities.
There are cases similar to this one, where they all share the same qualities and they also have quality Q. So, again, think about, let's think about movies. Instead of zombie movies, pick another genre that you guys like to watch. What's that?
Action.
Action, okay. And there's a lot of different, let's say you guys like to watch cop movies, or I actually like watching the British gangster movies, you know, like Lock, Stock, Through Smoking Barrels, and things like that. So, but okay, so cop movies, where there's a bad guy, usually a drug lord, and he's got a bunch of people working for him, and the two cops, it's always, you know, it's almost always two cops, usually, you know, one's old, one's young, and often, you know, different races, so we can get the whole demographic. They have to infiltrate the organization and take it down, right? Okay, can you think of some movies like that? Lethal Weapon, yeah. The whole Lethal Weapon 1, Lethal Weapon 2, right? What else? What are other movies?
You got 48 hours.
48 hours, and then of course another 48 hours, right? Just like that as well. Okay, so we've got two cases now. What are some other ones? Those are all old ones. Classics now we call those, wouldn't we? 48 Hours came out when I was a kid. I remember we used to, you know, people repeat lines of movies.
But Money Train, that's a cop movie.
Money Train. I haven't seen that one. Was that?
Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson, they're cops and they're supposed to protect the train to New York, and the guys who did it with all the money.
And same sort of formula too, right?
The other guys.
The other guys.
That's Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Okay, so now we got 4. Now, can you think of any? Are there any movies out like that right now?
Is the Lincoln Lawyer considered like that?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping up on movies. I'm so busy lately. Any other cop movies that have come out in like the last year that you can think of that might fit that formula?
What's the one with the
There
two
was the one
brothers?
with the town and
The Town?
the
Is that what it's called? The Town?
Yes.
Okay. And it's got 2 cops in it, and
One's a cop.
they have to take down a drug lord.
12 rounds would be one with it.
What was that?
12 rounds?
I don't know. See, again, I'm so far behind on movies. Let's just say 12 Rounds is, or The Town. Okay. So now we have 4 different cases like this, and we can say, well, they have action in them. They have some sympathetic cop characters. They have some unsavory criminal types. They have all these categories, all these qualities in common. Therefore, the next one that we make like this, and this is the way that Hollywood producers actually decide where to throw their money, isn't it? When business people decide we're going to put money into this product, they use the argument from analogy. They say, well, you know, products like this with all these qualities have done well in the past. I bet you the American people would shell out some money to go to the theater to watch this sort of thing again. That's the whole logic behind sequels, too. If you think about sequels, how do sequels actually work by analogy? They almost have everything in common, don't they? They keep all the same characters. Usually they'll add one more character, kill one character off sometimes. What's that?
They always add a new one.
Yeah. And they'll introduce some new plot twists, but it's basically the same idea. And, you know, the audience will like this one, the audience will like this one. Doesn't always work, does it? Now, I'm going to show you something, and we're not going to be able to have it on the camera, but I'm going to show you an example of something that uses analogy to make sense out of consumer behavior. You guys have a question?
We're talking about Gran Torino.
Ah, okay. Well, let's talk about this. So, there's a site out there called Pandora. You guys are familiar with this? Okay, so what is Pandora? It's a radio service. What does it do that's different than other radio
You type
services?
in the artist and then they like, you do the similarities and then they
Yeah.
like try to predict what song they'll like.
Okay, that's a good way to put it. You type in an artist, or you can actually type in a song, and then it picks out certain similarities. It's using something which is called the Musical Genome Project. And that's a fancy way for talking about how musicologists have come up with something like 800 or so different traits that songs can have. Different qualities that they can share in common. So, pick an artist, any artist you like.
Drake.
Prince, and who'd you say?
Drake.
Was it Jerk, like?
Drake.
Oh, Drake, okay.
Blake Shelton.
I was going to say Jerk is kind of there's probably somebody named Jerk out there, right? Nick Drake?
No,
Drake Bell?
the first one.
Just plain old Drake, okay. So now I'm not actually going to play the songs because it's creating a station that will explore songs and have musical things. Okay, so here's a song, and let's see, it gives you the lyric and, I'm having trouble with that. Gives you the lyrics and unfortunately it's got ads. While it's screwing around there, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this. Musical Genome Project lists qualities of songs. And they have people called musicologists who specialize in music theory. And if any of you have taken a music appreciation class here, or a history of music class, or music theory, you've learned some of these terms. Here we go. Let's back up. Why was this song selected? I'm guessing Birdman must be kind of similar to Drake. Is that right or not? I don't know that genre of music. So it says, based on what you've told us so far, we're playing this track because it features club rap influences, southern rap roots, R&B influences, electronica influences, and funk influences. What is it doing there? Oops. It is giving you an argument by analogy. It's saying, we're playing this song, we thought you would like this song because it has these qualities. The idea is that shared qualities allows prediction of your likes or your dislikes. And you notice that if you look at it, you see that thumbs up and thumbs down? You can give a song a thumbs up. What it will do then is it will put that into its database, and for the channel that you're working with, it will play more songs like that. It will play more songs that have those qualities. And there are, literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of songs now in the Pandora database. There are something like 870 or 890 different musical traits that it looks for. I actually have a number of different stations that I've been building over time that have, at this point, thousands of thumbed up and thumbed down songs. So it's pretty specific, so I know exactly what I want to hear. But every once in a while it'll find something new and put it in there. And why does it do that? It makes an argument by analogy. It says, well, you like this. You like this artist because they have this trait, this trait, this trait. Let's try this. And again, it's inductive, right? So it's not 100% certain. But it's pretty good for prediction. Why? Now think about what makes an analogy strong. The more similarities you've got, how many similarities do they have between these two songs? There's the lyrics. How many similarities did we have? We had 5 similarities. That's pretty good. Next they'll play something that doesn't have all of those qualities. It'll have maybe 4 of those qualities, or 3 of those qualities. Every once in a while it'll try out something new. If you give a song a thumbs down, that'll tell it, I didn't like this. And it will start looking for what were the differences between this song and other songs that you've liked. Now, the more songs that you do this with, the better it gets at predicting what you're going to like and what you're not going to like. Why? Because with argument from analogy, the more cases you have, the stronger the analogy, right? After a while, it'll get very intuitive. And there are other things like this too. What other websites use this kind of behavior to predict what you'll like and won't like and make suggestions? This is making suggestions all the time.
YouTube.
Facebook, yeah, Facebook is a great example. Facebook is getting more and more and more complicated, in part because they look at all the different things that you say that you like, that you don't like, and it'll make all those suggestions on the side. I'll tell you a funny story about that in a moment. What else? YouTube. Yeah, YouTube links videos that are connected to each other because they have certain traits. And it'll say, if you like these things, you're going to like that. What about Hulu? Any of you use Hulu? Watch TV? It invites you every once in a while to give ratings. Even if you don't give ratings, it will create suggestions for you. It'll say, well, you like this show, I bet you'll like this show as well. Again, argument from analogy. Any of you use Netflix? Netflix also has suggestions for you. All of these things make these sort of suggestions based on argument from analogy. They're not going by entire groups of things. They're going from case to case to case. So this is one very important commercial application of the argument from analogy. Notice that this is becoming more and more part of our lives. We do this all the time. So, what was the story I was going to tell you? Oh, yeah. Now, Facebook sometimes will get it wrong. I think I may have told you this story before. When you switch your status, I mean, first of all, I always get a whole bunch of things having to do with professors because it knows I'm a college professor in the ads. You know, things like professors travel free, which turns out to be, yeah, free if you can get 12 students to go on a trip, you know, which isn't quite the same. But when you change your status from, say, single to married or to engaged or it's complicated or any of those other sorts of things, Facebook starts changing your ads. It starts tailoring the ads to you. So when I first came here to FSU, I was married. And then I got divorced. Well, while you're in the process of getting divorced, are you married? Or, I suppose, you know, legally you are. But as far as Facebook goes, it doesn't really make sense, does it? But you're not quite single yet. So you put something like it's complicated, right? What happens then? Well, ads start popping up. Because what does Facebook think that you're probably interested in? Well, yeah, not a lot of counseling came up. Well, what else?
It's making sites, probably.
Exactly. Dating, meeting sites. Now, Facebook has a lot of information on you. It knows, you know, where you're living. What else have you put in? Your age, right? Whether you have kids or not. So I would get ads specifically tailored to me. It'd be things like, meet women in North Carolina who have kids. Or, you know, meet older singles in North Carolina. I'm like, you know, I'm not looking to meet anybody to begin with, but, you know, it didn't have anything like, you know, just meet anybody. It was all very, very tailored. Why was that? Again, argument from analogy. If we know these things about people in your circumstances, then we can predict something about you. And here's something to keep in mind as we end this. All of you who are in the younger generation, you are the generation that people are reaching out to the most and marketing things to the most. You're the ones that they are trying to capture. So they're using this sort of reasoning on you constantly. The more information that you provide them, the more they're going to do that. There's really no way out of that, though, is there? Because if you want to participate in the marketplace of ideas, and you want to use services like this, you have to provide them information. But think about Pandora by itself. If they wanted to tailor ads, if they wanted to sell that information to somebody, like say Facebook, to pitch ads to you for your favorite artist, they can do it pretty easily, can't they? Because they know, especially if you've linked those accounts, they know exactly what you like and what you don't like. So that's where we'll leave off, and I'll